Timmins James Bay.
O Canada, our home on native land, true patriot love in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est pour le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est tout épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Amen. Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Déclaration de député. L'honorable député de Richmond.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate an exceptional group of young women and their coaches for their spectacular victory at the final of the Canadian U Sports Women's Rugby Championship. They won thanks to their incredibly hard work and determination. The players of the Rouge and Or team managed to win the championship for a second year in a row and for the third time in the last 4 years. Also, Laval University is the only Francophone university that has received this national title. It also has the record for the biggest crowd for a women's sporting event in Quebec. In conclusion, I would quote the player Corinne Fréchette, who is a star player from the championship. She said, "It's more than just a game or a medal. It represents everyone who has worn the jersey before and who have ensured that the sport will thrive. We have made history in women's sports. Young girls will want to wear our colors. Congratulations, you are real role models."
The Honourable Member from Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, according to the UN report, since the conflict began, over 1,400 innocent Israelis and more than 10,000 innocent Palestinians, including 4,000 children and more than 2,500 women, lost their lives. The killing of innocent civilians is heartbreaking and painful. The whole population in Gaza is under siege. Access to food, water, electricity, and medicine is being severely restricted. 1.5 million Palestinians are internally displaced. 14 of 35 hospitals have stopped functioning. On Friday, the Prime Minister said, quote, "We have seen too much horror these last weeks. Kids are being killed, and we all want it to stop," end quote. Many Canadians are demanding that we call for an immediate ceasefire, an end to hostilities, freeing of hostages, and full respect of international and humanitarian law. I have heard them, and I will keep listening.
The Honourable Member from Calgary-Mindapore.
As Remembrance Day approaches, I think of family members who sacrificed so that we may live in peace. I think of my father's uncle, John Schramm, who served in the Navy. Great-uncles Gordon Schramm and Eddie Hanowski served in the Army. Eddie was severely injured in Holland. On my mother's side, I remember great-uncle Ronald L'Italien, who paid the ultimate price for his service to Canada. These sacrifices are remembered by generations, from my parents to me to my son, who wrote this poem. Today, as I awake, the war takes place. No breaks are there where the war takes place. They fought together where the war takes place. The poppies grew as fast as the flash where the war took place. They had to choose between their country or their family where the war takes place. The soldier is a lion when he is on the battlefield where the war takes place. They all go home when the war takes place. May we never forget.
You're here.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce, Westmount.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to an exceptional Montreal photographer, Brian Merrett. He passed away on September 21st.
Mr. Merrett became an activist and leader in the preservation of architectural heritage of Montreal. Through his works and the publication of several books, he recorded and fought to protect the fabric of Montreal at a time of tremendous change and urban development. He challenged infrastructure projects that threatened historic buildings, saving, among others, Windsor Station. His work played a crucial role in the restoration of Shaughnessy House, now integrated into the Canadian Centre for Architecture. De même, la contribution de...
He also made contributions to the Montreal Museum of Fine Arts, which holds many of his photographs. He also contributed to other private and public museums, like the McCord Stewart, the Quebec City Museum of Fine Arts, and the National Arts Gallery not far from here. Let's all take a moment to honor his legacy and the indelible mark he left on our beautiful city of Montreal.
L'honorable député de Laurentides-Labelle.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Everything started on March 9th, 1933, in Saint-Agat's Town Hall. That was when the Saint-Agathe Chamber of Commerce was born. It wanted to be a voice for commercial interests in the region. Its first success was to establish a counter for the Liquor Commission. Then there were other initiatives like the Carnival, finishing former Route 11. Businesses like J.L. Brissette, MQ Windows, and successful startups like Origine Nature, La Manufacture, or La Veillée. In all these cases, the Chamber of Commerce worked very hard to develop this region that has so much potential. Today, it is a hub for services and activities, and it also supports SMEs. Congratulations on your 90th anniversary.
L'honorable député d'Orléans.
The Honourable Member for Orléans. Mr. Speaker, November is Hindu Heritage Month. I would like to thank the Hindu community of Orleans and the entire country for their contributions to our society. I was very pleased to attend Diwali events on the Hill this week.
Very excited to welcome in this house 90 students from 4 civic classes of Corrine Wilson Secondary School in Orléans. Merci à leurs enseignants.
I'd like to thank their teachers, Malia Robin, Felicia Pursuant, Paul Emerson, and Marlene McRae for having organized the visit.
Finally, this week is Veterans Week, which will conclude with Remembrance Day on November 11. Several celebrations across our country will take place honoring those who fought and lost their lives for our freedom, for our liberty. To all the veterans and acting members of the force in Orléans, Canada, and abroad, I say thank you for your service, lest we forget.
The honourable member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Rock.
Thank you, Speaker. Throughout the history of Canada, Indigenous peoples have served with honour and distinction in the armed forces. They have defended our nation, protected our shared values, and demonstrated unwavering courage and resilience in the face of danger. In World War I, their bravery and contributions in battles like Vimy Ridge and Passchendaele were instrumental in the Allied victory. In World War II, Indigenous peoples once again stepped up to defend freedom and democracy. During the Korean War and subsequent international conflicts, Indigenous peoples continued to serve, making heroic contributions to Canada's peacekeeping efforts around the world. As we remember those who fought and those who made the ultimate sacrifice, we must also remember the often overlooked stories of Indigenous veterans who returned home to face continued challenges and discrimination. On November 8th, let us recommit ourselves to the principles of justice, equality, and reconciliation. Let us strive to ensure that Indigenous veterans who have served and continue to serve receive the recognition, respect, and support they deserve, lest we forget.
The honourable member from Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, the 2332 Major E.J.G. Holland VC Royal Canadian Army Cadet Corps was founded on November 25th, 1948. They will celebrate their 75th anniversary this month with a ceremonial parade. 80 cadets, strong with a dedicated team of officers and civilian volunteers, this unit has volunteered with the Royal Canadian Legion Poppy Campaign, the Army Run, Christmas toy drives, the Boots on the Ground Walk, and many other community events. Cadets build life skills such as leadership, teamwork, resilience, and discipline. This valuable experience has positively impacted countless youth throughout our community. Congratulations to the 2332 Royal Canadian Army Cadets on your 75th anniversary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Brampton North.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to mark the second annual Hindu Heritage Month and in celebration of Diwali. During this month, I'd like to recognize and honor the countless contributions of the Hindu community to our nation. Over the past 120 years, they have been an integral part of Canadian society. Hindu communities have flourished and grown immensely, leaving their mark on several aspects of Canadian society, from medicine and cutting-edge technology to arts and thriving businesses. Mr. Speaker, this weekend I'll also be celebrating Diwali with the Hindu community in Brampton. The Festival of Lights marks the victory of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and good over evil. It is a time for families and friends to come together, share joy, and express their gratitude for the blessings in their lives. During this special month, I encourage all Canadians to take the time to learn more about the Hindu culture and the significance of Diwali, to engage with our Hindu friends and neighbours, and to join in on the festivities. Let us embrace the opportunity to foster understanding, respect, and appreciation for the rich traditions that define our nation. Thank you.
The honourable member from Banff Airdrie.
As we approach Remembrance Day, it is important to remember and recognize the sacrifice that so many Canadians made for our freedoms. The toll of war weighs heavily upon our veterans, and so it is our duty to honour their sacred contribution and ensure they are cared for. Yet this Prime Minister has told them that they are asking for more than he can give, and after 8 years we are seeing veterans suffering in record numbers. We need to recognize that veterans, particularly those with injuries, are vulnerable to the cost of living crisis brought on by this government. The Veterans Food Bank in Calgary reports that the demand for their services has doubled, and they expect their shelves to be empty by the end of the week. Veterans are suffering right now, with more and more using food banks and homeless shelters. And now the cost of living crisis has gotten so bad that there are serving members of the Canadian Armed Forces who are living in their cars because they can't afford a place to live. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. It's time to bring home a government that will honour the service and sacrifice of our veterans, not just on Remembrance Week, but every single day. Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Niagara Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise today on Indigenous Veterans Day to express my gratitude and to celebrate the Indigenous veterans who have served in the Canadian Armed Forces in Canada and across the world. The service of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples to our country in times of conflict, war, and peace goes back generations. It is up to all of us to ensure that their sacrifices are never forgotten and that their contributions are fully appreciated. It is essential to acknowledge that many Indigenous veterans faced unique challenges and discrimination during and after their service. Despite these challenges, they persevered, showcasing their remarkable resilience and determination. On this Indigenous Veterans Day, let us all remember and pay our heartfelt tribute to these individuals who have stood at the forefront of our nation's defense and exemplify, Mr. Speaker, the true meaning of service and sacrifice, lest we forget.
L'honorable député de Montmagny-Lillet,
The honourable member from Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's trying everything to save his career. Luckily for him, he's found a new friend, this centralising Bloc Québécois. On Monday, we voted on a common sense motion, which would have enabled everyone to benefit from a pause on the carbon tax on home heating, not just for 3% of the population, but for all Canadians. Unlike what the Minister of Rural Affairs told us. But the Liberals voted against the motion, and the Bloc too. If you vote for the Bloc, you'll pay a steep price, because they want to radically increase the carbon tax. This new, costly Bloc Liberal coalition will hurt everyone, including in Quebec. And that's not just my opinion. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that the second carbon tax will add 20 cents per litre of gas, Our proposal is clear. No artifice, no temporary measures. We need to axe inflationary taxes and bring back common sense to Quebec. That's just common sense, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Medicine Hat, Cardston, Warner.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's just not worth the cost. Canada is broken, and households and businesses across this country are struggling to hold on, losing hope that things will ever get better. The PM decided to pause the carbon tax on home heating oil for only 3% of Canadians. His divisive policies have left Western Canadians out in the cold, having to decide between eating and heating. The Economic Development Minister thinks Westerners should just elect more Liberals if they want to afford home heating. Well, Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, Albertans in Edmonton Centre and Calgary Skyview did vote Liberal. However, their MPs didn't even try to get Albertans the same breaks as other Canadians. In fact, on Monday, these same two MPs voted against our Conservative motion to axe home heating or a carbon tax on home heating. It is now clear, now more than ever, Canada needs a common-sense Conservative government to start fixing the problems created by the NDP Liberal Carbon Tax Coalition.
The honourable member from Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, for the last 32 days, I, along with colleagues from Kitchener-Conestoga, Kitchener-South Hespeler, and Cambridge, have been listening to and consoling residents in the Waterloo region for the deaths of thousands of innocent Israelis and Palestinians. We feel their pain, their grief, and bring their calls to action to this chamber. Mr. Speaker, there are parents having to explain to their kids why they are seeing death and horror in their social media feeds. We have children afraid to wear religious symbols, neighbors grieving the loss of loved ones, faith leaders fearing for the safety of congregations, and people feeling silenced from publicizing their views. Mr. Speaker, we hear the range of calls from Canadians, including for a humanitarian ceasefire, the release of civilian hostages, the safe return of all Canadians, a dedicated humanitarian corridor. We must continue working hard to achieve a just and lasting peace for all Palestinians and Israelis for the sake of humanity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, we cannot turn away from the humanitarian crisis unfolding. In Gaza, there are over 50,000 pregnant women without access to medical care. Over 100 women give birth every single day amidst the chaos. New Democrats from the beginning have called for a ceasefire, condemned Hamas's violence, and called for a release of all hostages. And now, as people who have nothing to do with Hamas's violence are being killed, we must center human rights, international law, and human decency. C-sections are being performed without anesthetic. Imagine being pregnant with no medicine, no food, no water, no electricity. Women are miscarrying. Mothers and babies are dying daily amidst bombings and attacks. 4,000 children have been killed since the start of this siege. 4,000 kids. Mr. Speaker, how many more babies have to die before this government will call for a ceasefire?
Hear, hear.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Traversier Day Centre and Peer Mental Support Centre in Trois-Rivières is celebrating its 35th anniversary this year. Its mission is to help people who are living with a mental health issue and help them in improving their quality of life. In order to better meet clients' growing needs, the organization has started an innovative new project, which will enable it to broaden its services and help more people. A mobile response team. This team will be able to meet people living with mental health issues and meet them closer to where they live. The vehicle is completely autonomous and has been designed to hold consultations. It can even host small groups for activities. I would like to congratulate Director General Shahnaz Moussa on her exceptional work, as well as the chairwoman of the board, Isabelle Fortin. They have brought together the entire team behind this project. I'd like to congratulate the entire team on this excellent initiative.
The honourable member from Chatham-Kent, Leamington.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, Canadians are seeing this Liberal NDP government for what it is. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. He continues to divide Canadians, now over the carbon tax. But he still plans to quadruple the tax on home heating, on gas, on groceries for 97% of Canadians. But he decided to pause the tax for 3% of families in areas where he was plummeting in the polls and where his Liberal MPs were revolting. The Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said if people in other regions wanted to have the same pause, elect more Liberals. Is that politics or is that policy? But the people in Thunder Bay, Superior North did elect a Liberal MP, and yet her constituents are not getting the pause. Why didn't she use her influence with this Prime Minister to bring relief to her constituents? And why didn't the Prime Minister allow this MP from Thunder Bay, Superior North to freely vote to take the tax off the heat and keep the heat on her constituents?
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Public policy is a science and an art that relies on both rigorous analysis and an acute sense of the possible. Today, graduate students from McGill's Max Bell School of Public Policy are on Parliament Hill to learn firsthand about government decision-making in a Westminster parliamentary system. They are accompanied by the program's founding director, Professor Christopher Reagan, one of Canada's most respected and influential economists. Through Professor Reagan's leadership, the Max Bell program has brought together academics and public policy practitioners in a full range of subject areas to create one of the country's leading faculties of public administration. I ask members to join me in welcoming Max Bell students to the nation's capital today. Government necessarily plays a crucial role in our complex and rapidly evolving world. We look forward to these bright young minds taking up important roles and responsibilities for guiding our ship of state into a promising future.
Hear, 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 hear. That's a statement.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable chef.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Bloc. They're not worth the cost. The Bloc Québécois voted in favour of increasing taxes on home heating throughout Canada, and they did so to save this Prime Minister's political career. So this is a new costly coalition made up of the Bloc and the Liberal Party, and the Minister of the Environment has confirmed that this is a coalition. He says there is a coalition in the House of Commons and that coalition includes the Bloc. The Bloc doesn't do anything for free, though. So will the Prime Minister tell us what he offered the Bloc Québécois so that they would keep him in power and support quadrupling the carbon tax? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I offer to Quebecers what I offer all Canadians. That is, the opportunity to grow in a greener, more prosperous future. Together, we are fighting climate change. There are 3 parties in this House of Commons fighting climate change. The Conservatives, though, they don't want to do anything to address climate change. The Conservatives don't understand that there can't be a plan for the economy if there isn't a plan to fight climate change. They go hand in hand, and we will work with all members in this House who want to fight against climate change to build a better world. Meanwhile, the Conservatives want to set us back to the Stone Age. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, he has just mixed up the Bloc Québécois and Quebecers. Those are not one and the same, because the Bloc Québécois has abandoned Quebecers. But the Prime Minister apparently thinks that the Bloc Québécois speaks for Quebecers. The Bloc Québécois wants to radically increase taxes on Quebecers, and the Bloc Québécois now wants to keep this Prime Minister in power. The Bloc Québécois supports the Prime Minister's inflationary deficits and his centralizing policies. So, the Minister for the Environment also admitted that there is a coalition which includes the Bloc. So, once again, what did the Prime Minister offer the Bloc to get this coalition deal? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, approximately 500,000 Quebecers are still heating their homes with heating oil. All Quebec MPs should know, and that includes Bloc members, the Liberal Party members, and other. We should all understand that those who are spending money on home heating oil are spending more money, they're polluting more, and this mostly affects lower income Quebecers and Canadians. That's why we are offering to replace home heating oil with heat pumps. We'll work with all provinces who want to deliver this program to people free of charge, especially for those living on lower incomes, because we know that to build a better world, we need to do so together.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the division after 8 years. Panicking under pressure from MPs in a region where he's plummeting in the polls, he'd paused the tax for some people in some places, but his minister said that other people should have voted Liberal if they wanted the same break. Now the panicking Prime Minister is further dividing the country with the confirmation from his Environment Minister that he's now in a coalition with the Bloc, the Separatist Party. So we have a costly carbon tax coalition that includes the Separatists. What did he promise the Separatists to get them to sign on to keeping him in power for 2 more years?
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Only division in this country as to whether or not we should be doing everything we can to fight climate change is within the Conservative Party. The Canadians are unequivocal that we need to fight climate change and we need to support Canadians through that. That's why our price on pollution returns hundreds of dollars every 3 months to the average family of 4, while fighting climate change and watching our curve bend faster over the past 2 years than the other G7 countries. We will continue to hold Canadians together as we fight climate change while Conservatives continue to bring us backwards.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's own Environment Commissioner confirmed he will not hit his own targets, and the Prime Minister has admitted that his carbon tax is not worth the cost for oil-heated homes. Now, he did that to save his political hide, but his desperation went one step further this week when he relied on the Separatists to vote with him to quadruple the tax on home heating for everyone else in Canada. So the question is very clear. What did he promise the Separatists to get their support to save his political hide and quadruple his tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, no matter how much the Conservatives try to deny it, every single day in this country, we get closer to never using coal to generate electricity again. And now, Mr. Speaker, we're choosing to phase out home heating oil, which is dirtier, more expensive, and disproportionately relied on by lower-income Canadians. The Conservatives may try to make up all the stuff they like, but the reality is replacing home heating oil is good for Canadians when we put in heat pumps, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, he hasn't eliminated coal-fired electricity. He hasn't eliminated oil-powered heating in homes, and his carbon tax will not allow him to meet his own GHG targets, according to his Environment Commissioner. Now, that is the reality, that his carbon tax is not worth the cost. And that's why people, all 10 premiers, Conservative, Liberal, and NDP, are calling for him to take the tax off so Canadians will keep the heat on. Will he be fair to all Canadians, or will he sign on with the Separatists to divide our country some more?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I have to admit I'm a little worried for the Leader of the Opposition. When he has to stoop to bringing up the separatist boogeyman to try and scare Canadians, he must be running out of material. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are afraid of climate change. They're afraid of the extreme weather events. They're afraid of the concerns we have about a brighter future. And what we are doing is fighting climate change every day while we build a stronger economy with greater careers, while we support Canadians every single day with the high cost of living. This is what we're delivering. He has no plan to fight climate change, no plan for the future of the economy, no plan for Canadians.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask colleagues to all honourable colleagues to please refrain from taking or making noises while one of our colleagues has the floor. It's important for us to hear the questions. It's important for us to hear the answers.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, this morning, the Prime Minister repeated the government's stance regarding asking Israel for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. And this stance has been called for many countries and organizations across the world. But Prime Minister Netanyahu is not listening to repeated calls for a ceasefire, even Anthony Blinken's calls. So Israel's attitude is truly deplorable. Would the Prime Minister agree that it's time to call for a ceasefire? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are asking for a humanitarian pause. That would help get the hostages out of Israel, out of the Gaza Strip, as well as others who are citizens of other countries out of Gaza. And it would also allow for humanitarian aid to get to Gaza. We need, in order to get humanitarian help, to support that. We need to support a two-state solution. We need to put an end to all this conflict because the images we're seeing on TV every night are heartbreaking to Canadians and to everyone in the world. We need to continue to work for the peace and security of all. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, I regret to observe that the State of Israel, in fact, has broken the trust that the international community had in them. The international community trusted them to act reasonably toward the people of Gaza. Thousands of people have died needlessly. Israel is occupying Gaza, but it's gone on for a long time. So there needs to be a strong action by the international community. The international community needs to take action to request a ceasefire for international peace. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, we are working with our partners around the world in order to protect civilians. We are working to restore peace and safety for all people of the region, and we will continue to work towards that. But as parliamentarians and as Canadians, Mr. Speaker, we need to be very worried about the divisiveness and hatred and fear-mongering that we're seeing in some parts of in Canada. We need to stand up to Islamophobia. We need to stand up to anti-Semitism. We need to stand up to all forms of hatred because we need to remember who we are as Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
The Liberal and Conservative corporate coalition may strike again today. We put forward a plan to help Canadians with their home heating bill, to help Canadians tackle the climate crisis and make big oil and gas pay for it. Now, environmental organizations are on board, but climate delay liberals and climate deny conservatives will back the profits of big oil again. So how can the Prime Minister and the leader of the Conservative Party justify voting against this?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it was with confusion and consternation that I noted the way the NDP voted with the Conservatives against one of the most successful measures Canada has ever seen in the fight against climate change. Putting a price on pollution is exactly how we've managed to bend the curve on our emissions faster than other G7 countries over the past 2 years. How we are moving forward with global leadership on the fight against climate change. Seeing the NDP vote with the Conservatives against a price on pollution is something that has disappointed millions of progressives across this country.
Colleagues, I'm going to ask you please to exercise great restraint. I especially asked a colleague from York Simcoe to allow other members to please when they have the floor, to hold the floor until it is that colleague's turn to speak.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Minister has literally missed every single target he set on emissions. Voici notre plan.
Here is our plan. We want to make heating bills less expensive for all Canadians. We want to fight climate change, and we want big oil to pay more. Many organizations that work for the environment agree with this, but the Liberal Conservative CEO coalition will continue to protect big oil. How can the Prime Minister vote against our plan? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I know there are progressives across Canada who were deeply disappointed to see the NDP vote with the Conservatives against our most successful climate change fighting measure, the most successful one in the history of Canada, and that is carbon pricing, putting a price on pollution across Canada. We are fighting climate change. This measure fights climate change. This measure helps us invest in renewable energy, and it also helps us put more money in the pockets of 8 of 10 families in provinces where carbon pricing applies. We will continue to fight climate change, and we hope the NDP will join us once again. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Almost tragic and heartbreaking to see these two squabbling in this way. The Prime Minister was so disappointed in the NDP leader's flip-flop on carbon tax for heat, but the good news for the Prime Minister is the NDP leader has flip-flopped on his flip-flop and now supports the Prime Minister's plan to quadruple the tax. This, with 2 million Canadians, a record-smashing number, going to a food bank. Will the Prime Minister create another carve-out on the carbon tax for farmers so that Canadians can afford to eat?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We know, Mr. Speaker, that farmers are always focused on being good stewards of the land, and we are working with them in investing, in supporting them in many different ways to ensure that we can continue to put good quality, affordable food on people's tables right across the country, and that's what we're going to continue to do, Mr. Speaker. Farmers and indeed Canadians from coast to coast to coast know that as we fight climate change, as we put more money in people's pockets every 3 months with hundreds of dollars with the pollution price return, we're going to continue to step up in building a strong economy for tomorrow, something the Conservatives simply don't understand.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is quadrupling his carbon tax on the farmers who make the food, quadrupling the tax on the truckers who ship the food, therefore quadrupling the tax on all who buy the food. Good news is there is a common sense Conservative bill that's passed through the House and in the Senate where the Prime Minister's senators are holding it up. Will the Prime Minister once again cave and allow another carve-out on the carbon tax for farmers? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Many people living in rural areas across the country, including many farmers, continue to be stuck heating their homes with home heating oil. It is dirtier, it is more expensive, and it is something that is expensive to replace. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we are stepping up with measures that are going to deliver heat pumps to families right across the country, the 1.2 million households across this country, in every part of this country, relying on home heating oil, so we can help them fight climate change and save money at the same time. That's our plan. The Conservatives have no plan.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Our common sense plan is found in Bill C-234, which would give another carve-out to farmers on the carbon tax. And the Prime Minister has claimed that he won't cave again. He says there will be no more carve-outs. We're asking him to keep in mind there are 2 million people who have to go to the food bank every month because of his policies. Will he put his ego and pride aside and ask his Liberal senators to pass Common Sense Bill C-324 to axe the tax and create a carbon tax carve-out for our farmers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, farmers across this country know the costs of climate change. They know the costs of extreme weather events, whether it be floods or fires or more intense storms. Farmers are worried about their future, worried about their kids' future, worried about the country's future. That's why we put forward a plan that is reducing our emissions and growing our economy at the same time while putting more money in Canadians' pockets. The Conservatives have no plan to fight climate change, no plan for the future of the economy, no plan for future generations. We will continue to do what's necessary to support Canadians, including farmers, long into the future.
That's it. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister won't answer a simple question. It's about the Common Sense Conservative Bill to carve out farming from the carbon tax. But I understand why he feels he's in a bind, because his Environment Minister said, as long as I am Environment Minister, there will be no more exceptions to carbon pricing. That implies that he would resign if there was another carve-out. Will the Prime Minister sacrifice his crazy carbon tax minister and support our common sense bill to take the tax off?
If I could,
it's a crazy carbon tax.
The colleagues, all colleagues should know that we cannot use language which calls into question the character of honourable members, individual members. I hear an explanation from the Leader of the Opposition, and I will repeat that so that we can clarify the record. The Leader of the Opposition made a correction saying that he was referring to the policy and not the person. So, but that's certain. And I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for making that clarification, because otherwise that language would clearly be unparliamentary. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I think we'll all be waiting for a long list of corrections and factual errors from the Leader of the official opposition if we go down this road. The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, for millions of Canadians who understand that climate change poses an existential threat to our country, to our well-being, to our economy, they need action. They expect a government with a plan. They expect a government to deliver on that plan, and that is exactly what we have been doing for 8 years. Meanwhile, the only plan the Conservatives put forward are cuts to services, cuts to program, cuts to rebates for Canadians, and yes, cuts to the most successful measure to reduce climate change emissions that this country has ever seen. When is he going to come forward with a real plan?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
It is crazy to quadruple the carbon tax on our farmers when 2 million people are going to a food bank every month. So now the Minister of the Environment has threatened to resign if there are new carbon tax carve-outs. We have a common sense Conservative bill that would carve out the carbon tax for farmers. All it needs is for the Prime Minister to give his senators permission to pass it. Will the Prime Minister please just cave at least one more time and allow a carve-out on the carbon tax for our farmers? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I won't use the word crazy, but I will say it is deeply, deeply irresponsible for the Conservative Party of Canada continue to deny that taking action against climate change is important, to continue to deny that climate change is a real threat to Canadians and to our economy. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, we have put forward measures that both fight climate change and put more money back in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families, and we're going to continue to fight climate change because the cost of inaction against climate change is far more than the cost of action.
Je m'excuse. L'honorable.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Tax isn't working. He's missed every single target. He's on track to miss his 2030 targets, and Canada is ranked 58th out of 63 on climate action. Mr. Speaker, the question is about our farmers. There's a bill C-234, a common sense conservative bill to carve out farmers from the carbon tax. All it needs is for the Prime Minister to give his senators permission to adopt this carve-out. Will the Prime Minister stand up to his Environment Minister and stand up for farmers and let Bill C-234 pass and allow this carve-out to go ahead?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I will admit, it doesn't happen often, but every now and then I am a little bit envious of the position that the Leader of the Opposition finds himself in, of being able to criticize on the one hand that we aren't doing enough to fight climate change, and then on the other hand say that we need to stop everything we're doing to fight climate change. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are smarter than he takes them for. Canadians know the only way to build a strong economy for the future is to fight climate change at the same time. That is exactly what we are doing, and until he puts forward a plan that is responsible and real on fighting climate change and growing the economy, Canadians will continue to dismiss him.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the next few seconds will be very difficult. I'm going to quote Adil Sharkawi. Allah, deal with the people of Gaza and with Zionists. Exterminate people. Do not spare anyone. Mr. Speaker, does the Prime Minister feel that Sharkawi committed a crime under the criminal code by making that statement in public? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, those words are unacceptable and anti-Semitic. Those words spoken by a preacher are an insult to the lives and hope of millions of people across the world, including millions who lost their lives during the Holocaust because they were Jewish. We will always stand up to anti-Semitism. We will always be there to promote peace and compassion among peoples throughout the world. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, 3 hours ahead of question period, I informed the Prime Minister that I would ask this question. So I want a clear, specific answer. The preacher who said that, are his words criminal? And should they be treated as a crime and punished as a crime? The government appointed someone to serve as a liaison between communities. Currently, Ms. El Gawabi. Do we need her, though?
Le très honorable Premier Ministre.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, it's true that there are people saying unacceptable things around the world, and here in Canada, too. What we need to do in this place and throughout the country is to encourage people to listen, to be compassionate. We need to return to our basic values as Canadians. We need to have empathy and compassion for the suffering of our neighbours. Now, as for criminal prosecution and crimes, the police and relevant authorities will make those decisions, and I'm counting on them to make those decisions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This panicking Prime Minister is not worth the cost or the division after 8 years. He'd recently announced that he would pause his carbon tax on heat for some people in some places where he's plummeting the polls and his caucus is revolting. He claims this is not regional, but his own rural affairs minister said that if people on the prairies want the same pause, they should elect more Liberals. Can he confirm whether he endorses these comments or whether he condemns them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Perhaps the Conservatives think that phasing out coal was divisive because some parts of the country had already phased out coal, and it only targeted the parts of the country that still rely on coal to generate electricity. Mr. Speaker, we are united in our desire to fight climate change as Canadians. We are united in our desire to support Canadians who need it through into a better future. That's why banning and phasing out home heating oil by replacing them with heat pumps right across the country is an approach that will unite Canadians. The only division is amongst Conservatives who still think that climate change is fake.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Stating falsehoods about our position will not distract from the original question. Here is the question. The Minister of Rural Development said that if people in the prairies wanted a pause on the carbon tax for home heat, they should elect more Liberals. Does the Prime Minister denounce these comments, or does he agree with them?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, tens of thousands of people across the prairies are getting the chance to replace their home heating oil with with thermal pumps, with heat pumps, because we have put forward programs to help in that transition as we pause the price on pollution for people in the prairies who rely on home heating oil. Tens of thousands of them. We are there for people in the prairies who want to save thousands of dollars a year, who want to get heat pumps, who want to fight climate change. Why aren't the Conservatives there for those people?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
We're there for all Canadians. But this is really troubling. We thought that perhaps it was a gaffe when his Liberal Rural Affairs Minister said that the prairies would have to elect more Liberals if they wanted a pause. And if this really is just a fair policy that applies evenly across the country, then why would you have to elect more of any particular party in your region to benefit from it? So I'll just give him one last chance. If he can't answer it, we'll assume that he agrees with her. Does he agree with his Rural Affairs Minister that if the prairies want to pause on the carbon tax paying, they have to elect more Liberals? Yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
No, Mr. Speaker, because people in the prairies who heat with home heating oil already are benefiting from a pause on the price of carbon, on the carbon price. That's because, Mr. Speaker, this pause that we put in applies right across the country. So the tens of thousands of Canadians in rural Canada, in the prairies, are going to be able to benefit from the transition to heat pumps. That is why, Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue to step up, including in doubling the rural top-up on the carbon price rebate. We will continue to deliver for Canadians right across the country, and we will continue to be there for all Canadians, including women.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister only divides to distract. That's all he ever does when he gets into trouble. He divides people along every possible battle line. He did that with the carbon tax carve-out for only some in a region where his support is plummeting and his caucus is revolting. And for 10 days, he refused to condemn the comments of his own Liberal minister who said this policy was applying based on how people voted. And now he signs on with the separatists to divide Canadians again. Will he, instead of dividing Canadians, reverse the policies that are driving them to the food bank?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we see the Conservatives' approach to partisan politics and to personal attacks. The reality is, when we stood with the 80 to 90% of Canadians who chose to get vaccinated, they called us divisive. When we chose to stand with women across this country who want to control their own bodies, they called us divisive. When we stand with the 2 LGBTQI+ kids who are being discriminated against in schools across this country, they call us divisive, Mr. Speaker. I ask Canadians, who are dividing Canadians more than Conservatives with their attacks, with their choices, with their politics?
I thank the Honourable Whip for Opposition Leader Whip for helping out to get some more, and I ask all members, please, to exercise restraint so that we can hear the next question. The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
People are struggling to find a home they can afford, and this federal government has the power, the land, and the resources to end the housing crisis. On one side, we've got the corporate-controlled Conservatives that want to sell off our public land to their rich investor friends. That helps no one. But on the other side, we've got Liberals who are openly admitting that their plan is to use public lands to build luxury homes. How can this Prime Minister justify using public lands to build homes that people can't afford?
Hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's simply not true. We know Canadians are worried about paying their rent, finding an apartment, or buying a home. That's why we're working on affordable housing and affordable housing affordability right across the country. It's why we put forward the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act, which helps build more affordable apartments by cutting the GST on construction. Housing advocates and developers have described this move as a game changer that will get more affordable housing built. It's why it's essential that all members work with us to move these important measures forward.
The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Every single Canadian deserves to have health care when they need it. Public, universally accessible health care. But the Conservative leader, Danielle Smith, just got caught trying to make health care more chaotic and more bureaucratic. She is not hiring more health care workers, not treating health care workers with respect, and leaving the door wide open for more privatization. Sound familiar? This is right out of the Conservative playbook. Yes. And on the Liberals' watch. Why are the Liberal government sitting on their hands while Alberta has their health care privatized?
Hear, hear. Colleagues, soon the Chair will be issuing some reflections upon the issue that was made by several House leaders from different parties who had raised a question of the relevance of questions in terms of to the administration of government or questions which would be directed to committee chairs. That will be coming shortly, but in the meantime, I'll ask all members to make sure that they do ask questions which are relevant. I see that the Right Honourable Prime Minister is on his feet to reply, so I will allow the Right Honourable Prime Minister to respond to this question.
Mr. Speaker, it is a relevant question because we have taken actions in the past to draw back transfers and claw back transfers to provinces that haven't been obeying the Canada Health Act, and we will continue to do that. So let me be clear, we will always defend Canada's access to health care and won't hesitate to use all available tools under the Canada Health Act to protect this right. We expect all provinces and territories to adhere to the Act when they make decisions regarding Canadians' access to health care. The Minister of Health will be closely reviewing the details of the Alberta Premier's plan, but we remain unequivocal when it comes to access to our healthcare system and access to pension supports. We will always stand with Canadians.
The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the planet is burning, and 72% of Canadians are worried about climate change. Sadly, the Leader of the Opposition does not appear to be one of them. He stated that he will do nothing to reduce our emissions nor work with the global community within the Paris Accord to protect our future. In fact, just like Donald Trump, the Leader of the Opposition will take Canada out of the Paris Accord. The federal government is committed to net zero and has invested over $120 billion in a greener future. Will the government stand for future generations, unlike the reckless Conservatives with their...
Fortunately, the Speaker was able to hear the question. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank the MP for Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill, for her great questions on this important file. It is shameful that the Conservative leader has no plan to address a crisis facing all of humanity. His emphasis on technology to fight climate change means nothing because he is somebody who has been opposing the development of offshore wind technology in Atlantic Canada. While our government has a serious plan that addresses affordability and the climate crisis, that leader has no plan and no vision. Perhaps he should put his glasses back on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, with or without glasses, I will not lose $54 million on an app that doesn't work. Now, this is a Prime Minister whose government is now under RCMP investigation for giving out contracts to firms that did absolutely no work. Now senior members of the bureaucracy are blowing the whistle and saying his top officials lied about it before committee. Will the Prime Minister personally cooperate with the police in this latest criminal investigation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I can't help but wondering how many millions of dollars Canadians would have lost if they had followed the Leader of the Opposition's advice and bought Bitcoin so they could opt out of inflation. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to serious matters, both the RCMP and CBSA's Professional Integrity Division are investigating. The CBSA has also launched an internal audit to look into contracting at the agency and has increased oversight processes when it comes to the contracting.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the former director of CBSA, our principal border authority, said that he felt incredibly threatened, those were his words, by the former president of the organization. And senior bureaucracy, members of the Prime Minister's bureaucracy, are to have lied, according to this testimony, in order to cover up this $54 million scandal. The matter is now under Auditor General and RCMP investigation. Will the Prime Minister cooperate with the police, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, obviously the reports coming out are extremely concerning, and I know that the respective authorities will be taking this extremely seriously. We expect our professional public servants to always conduct themselves with utmost integrity, and I'm sure that will continue to happen.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the entire government only takes direction from a guy who has 2 convictions for breaking the law, Mr. Speaker. And in this case, it's not just $54 million. There's $11 million given to a two-person IT firm to do absolutely nothing. The same firm has gotten $60 million from this Liberal government since 2017 alone. The entire matter is under criminal investigation. So for a third time, will the Prime Minister personally cooperate with the police, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You can understand that I won't take overly seriously the accusations from an individual who was Minister of Elections when he was found to break elections law. Mr. Speaker, when we see matters of wrongdoing, we ensure that proper authorities are looking into it, and of course our government will always ensure full cooperation with investigating authorities.
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is a man of conviction. He's got 2 of them, Mr. Speaker. He actually doubled the amount of money spent on outside consultants after promising to bring it down. When we pressured him on this, he said, I know what I'll do. I'll pay $670,000 to another consulting firm to find out how we can spend less money on consulting firms. Here's some free common sense advice. And will he take it? Why not just stop spending on juicy contracts for his friends?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, of course we need to ensure that we're getting the best value for funds spent in the public service, and the Minister agrees and is looking into it. But Mr. Speaker, let's talk about being a person of conviction. I am convinced that we need to fight climate change. I am convinced that the only thing we can do to build a strong economy for the future is protect the environment and fight climate change while putting more money in people's pockets. These are my convictions, and I've continued to be consistent on them over the past 15 years I've been in politics. We look forward to hearing what the Leader of the Opposition believes in, because right now it sure ain't clear.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Copernicus Observatory tells us that 2023 will be the hottest year on record. At the same time, the Environment Commissioner says Canada is going to miss its greenhouse gas reduction target for 2030. So here we go again. This is the 10th federal climate plan since 1990, and it's headed for a 10th failure. All talk, no action. How many forest fires, heat waves, and hurricanes will it take before the government takes concrete action to reduce our emissions? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, for 8 years, we've been doing more than any other government in history to reduce emissions. The fact is, as my colleague says, that we have to do even more. The big challenge is that instead of debating things here in the House, the best way to do more is outside of this place, but we have an opposition party that denies the reality of climate change and would prefer to do nothing, to have no plan, to not take this seriously. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we're still stuck in this kind of debate over whether or not climate change is real. But on this side of the House, we know it's real and we will fight it. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals want to fight global warming as long as it doesn't cost them any votes. And they keep giving subsidies to the oil patch and backing off on carbon pricing if that's what it takes to get votes. As a result, the federal government has never met its targets, and the current plan isn't going to change that. The Environment Commissioner has been crystal clear, saying it will soon be too late to avoid the catastrophic effects of climate change. It's time for bold action for the planet's future. What are they waiting for? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party made the choice to form a government that combats climate change. We know Canadians are concerned about this, and that we needed to take concrete steps to put a price on pollution, to invest in green technologies, to make the changes necessary, and to help Canadians pay for the steps they need to take. Unfortunately, the Bloc hasn't changed its stand. All they do is criticize, but the time has come for action. Quebecers and Canadians need to unite to combat climate change, and that's not what the Bloc's doing.
L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Recording of a top Liberal government official reveals that the billion-dollar green fund the Prime Minister is running is not worth the cost or the corruption. Some extracts from that recording. It was free money, sponsorship-level kind of giveaway. And I quote, since the Prime Minister learned of these allegations in March, he hasn't fired a single solitary person. This is a billion-dollar slush fund. Is he worried about firing the insiders because he doesn't want them to blow the whistle on this broader Liberal scandal?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, earlier this year, ISED was made aware of allegations of mismanagement at SDTC. The Auditor General has now decided to conduct an audit of SDTC, and our government has been working closely with them on this and welcomed the decision. In addition, SDTC has agreed to enable a thorough third-party review of the allegations regarding HR management, and we're committed to ensuring organizations which receive federal funding adhere to the highest standards of governance.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Is a billion-dollar taxpayer-funded slush fund that top officials now say amounts to a sponsorship scandal kind of corruption. It says they were giving away free money. This at a time when a record-smashing 2 million people are forced to food banks every month, when 9 out of 10 people can't afford homes. How could the Prime Minister have thought it appropriate to blow $1 billion when Canadians cannot afford to eat, heat, or house themselves?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to be perfectly clear. Any allegation of wrongdoing in any government department must be fully investigated. There are established processes for situations such as these, and this is precisely why the Auditor General has made the decision to conduct an audit. This is a serious situation, and we are taking it with the seriousness which it requires. Unfortunately, the Conservatives, as usual, are looking for a way to score cheap partisan points. We are going to continue to govern responsibly.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
There's nothing cheap about losing $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's exactly why he's not worth the cost. He sees no problem throwing away $54 million on an ArriveCAN app that didn't work and we didn't need and is now under criminal investigation. And now, 6 months after he learned of corruption, cronyism, and mismanagement in this billion-dollar fund, he has kept his hand-picked cronies in the position. Mr. Speaker, if he really thinks it's serious that this billion-dollar fund had so much corruption, why won't he fire the people running it?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is a country of rules and laws, and that's why we need to make sure that we are doing proper investigations and ensuring appropriate consequences for any people involved in wrongdoing. This is how a country of laws and rules functions. Unfortunately, Conservatives are still choosing to make cheap partisan points on very serious issues, and we're going to continue to take these issues seriously.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are rightly proud of those who've worn the uniform of the Canadian Forces and defended our rights and freedoms. However, the important contributions of Indigenous veterans haven't always been properly recognized. On the occasion of Indigenous Veterans Day, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister what the government is doing to ensure that the sacrifices of these brave men and women are appropriately recognized. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank the member for Charlottetown for his question and for his commitment to veterans. Although previous governments were not there for Indigenous communities were there to defend our rights and freedoms. And that's why it's so important to recognize their huge sacrifice. And that's why we're taking steps like creating a team that's dedicated to Indigenous issues. We will be recognizing their sacrifice like we did in the Netherlands earlier this year, lest we forget.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The United Kingdom's Foreign Office has given travel advice to its citizens, which reads the following. The risk of terrorist attacks happening in Canada is very likely. End quote. Does the Prime Minister agree with the UK Foreign Office's assessment? And what is he doing to protect Canadians from such an attack?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a robust and sophisticated process around determining levels of threats to Canadians. We elevated the level of threat back in 2012 to medium, and it stays there right now. We are continuing to make sure we're doing everything we possibly can to keep Canadians safe. We understand these are trying times around the world right now, but the best thing we can do as Canadians is stay true to our values, be respectful of one another, feel each other's pain, and be there to support through very difficult times of a rise in hatred, including Islamophobia and anti-Semitism.
You're here.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Terrorists are not interested in feeling other people's pain. They're interested in causing other people pain. And the UK Foreign Office has said, and I quote, the risk of terrorist attacks happening in Canada is very likely, end quote. Yet the Canadian government rates that risk at medium. Why the difference?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, obviously I can't speak how other countries make their determinations on travel advisories, but I can say that the work is done daily in Canada to assess the threat level to Canadians and what can be communicated to keep them safe. We elevated the threat level to medium in 2014, Mr. Speaker, and it has remained at that level since. But every single day, we reevaluate and ensure that we are doing everything we can, privately and publicly, to keep Canadians safe.
Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And yet, if you simply read the UK Foreign Department's assessment of Canada, and I quote, the risk of terrorist attacks happening in Canada is very likely, end quote, then there is a very serious risk, Mr. Speaker. Why did Canadians have to learn from a foreign government about an increasing threat of terrorism in Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, once again, I can't speak to how the UK makes its determinations, but I certainly can say that in Canada we have top security agencies and officials who work daily to reassess the threat levels to Canadians. They are working every single day to keep Canadians safe, and will continue to keep Canadians informed on the best ways to keep safe, Mr. Speaker.
Here.
The Honourable Member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, the residents of my riding of Davenport are proud of Canada's unwavering support for Ukraine and our proposed modernized Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, also known as CUFTA. It's become increasingly clear, though, that the Conservative caucus doesn't support CUFTA, criticizing it in committee, and the opposition leader had no shame in filibustering CUFTA in this House. While the Conservative leader would gladly let Ukraine down, can the Prime Minister tell this House why this trade legislation is so important?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank the MP for Davenport for her advocacy on this file and her steadfast hard work. We have been solid in our support of Ukraine since day one, and we will be there to help them rebuild when they win. We've committed over $9.5 billion in financial, military, and humanitarian aid, and the modernization of our trade deal with Ukraine is another important area of cooperation between our two countries and will be crucial to rebuild Ukraine. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, our support for Ukraine has been unwavering. Unfortunately, the leader of the Conservative Party cannot say the same.
The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
The planet is on fire. So what is the difference between the Conservative leader's approach and the Prime Minister's? Well, the Conservative leader is a climate denier, and he would pull us out of the Paris Accord, whereas the Prime Minister is simply a denier of his global obligations, which is why we're not going to meet our 2030 targets. And the United Nations is pointing out that under this Prime Minister, Canada is planning a massive increase of oil and gas production. No wonder we are the worst country in the G7 for tackling emissions. So enough of the denial of facts. Where is that emissions cap?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the honourable member to be a staunch advocate for the environment and a strong defender of more action against climate change, which is why I know it must have been extraordinarily difficult for him the other day to vote with the Conservatives against the most effective measure Canada has ever used to fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will continue to step up in the fight against climate change every single day while putting more money in the pockets of Canadians right across the country.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, for weeks now, I've been asking questions about the Governor-General's outrageous spending. Every time I get answers from ministers who feign offence and criticize reluctantly, but do nothing to change the ingrained culture of this institution. Meanwhile, GGs come and go, but the extravagant spending on meals, booze, luxury hotels, travel, and dry cleaning marches merrily along. So I ask the Prime Minister today, does his government intend to cut her $33 million budget? Because clearly, she doesn't seem to be able to manage taxpayers' money carefully and responsibly. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Governor-General, Mary Simon, is an upstanding, humane, caring person, and she plays an important role in our society and democracy. We will continue to see to it that her spending is managed appropriately, but the fact is she has a very important role for the stability and future of our democracy.
Unfortunately, this concludes question period. I ask everyone to please quietly leave the House. And I see that many wish to make points of order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
If you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent from the House. Mr. Speaker, we need a ceasefire in Gaza, and we also need all hostages returned.
I'm afraid I hear that there is no unanimous consent from several voices in this House. I now recognize the Honourable Member from Mount Royal, rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it,
I think you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That the House unequivocally rejects and condemns the heinous terrorist attacks against Israel by terrorist organization Hamas on October 7, 2023, and demands that Hamas unconditionally and immediately release all hostages, regardless of nationality, that it kidnapped during its attacks.
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. I also see that the member from Pierrefonds-Dollard is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion. That the House immediately and unequivocally demands unimpeded humanitarian aid be allowed into Gaza, and in particular, food, fuel, and water. That every measure be taken to protect civilian life in Gaza. That all foreign nationals be allowed to immediately leave Gaza, including Canadians and their families. And that the House reiterate its firm and unwavering commitment to a two-state solution with a viable Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with Israel.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. This House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. Christopher.
It being 3:30, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, October 31st, 2023, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment of Mr. Brock to the motion to concurrence in the 6th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade. Call in the members. The question is as follows. Mr. Seaback, appuyé par Mr. Brock.
Seconded by Mr. Brock, move that the 6th report of the Standing Committee on International Trade, presented on Monday, March 20th, 2023, be concurred in.
Mr. Brock, seconded by Mr. Allison, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting the... May I dispense? Yes. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Bazin.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Albutayev.
Mr. Albutayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Dowdall.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Gould. Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Miss Qualtrough.
Miss Qualtrough.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Monsieur Elcoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Monsieur Serré.
Monsieur Serré.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Mr. Henley.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Taylor-Roy.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zarillo.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
En ligne, mais je vois quelqu'un en...
There's no one online, but I see someone here in the House.
Count my vote as nay, please.
I also see Mr. Sorbera.
Got my vote recorded as contra. Nay, please.
Mr. Sorbera, nay, contre.
Anyone else with technical difficulties? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 174, 174.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion, and of course the question is as follows. Mr. Seaback, appuyé par Mr. Brock.
Seconded by Mr. Brock. Moved.
Monsieur le Président, je suis...
Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that if you seek the consent of the entire House, you will find agreement to apply the results of the previous vote to this vote, with Liberals voting in favour.
The Honourable Whip for the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives agree to apply the vote, with Conservatives voting nay.
Honourable Whip pour...
The Honourable Block Whip. Mr. Speaker, the Block is in favour of applying the vote and votes in favour. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The NDP agrees to apply the vote, and we vote yes.
The Honourable Member for Sanders Gulf Islands.
Green Party agrees to apply the vote, and we will be voting yes.
I'll see the independent member. Okay, good. We'll now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 203, 203. Nays contre 113, 113.
I declare the motion carried. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division, the motion of Mr. Bachrach relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows. Let me get to the first part first. Mr. Bachrach, seconded by Mr. Bulris, moved that given that 1, 2023 saw a record fire season due to climate change in which the area burned was double that of the historic record, and hundreds of thousands of Canadians were evacuated from their homes. 2, Canadians continue to struggle with dramatic increases to the cost of living, while Canada's biggest corporations, including oil and gas corporations, post record profits. 3, the programme fit
3, federal government programs aimed at supporting energy-efficient retrofits such as heat pumps. May I dispense? Are hard to access, especially for low-income Canadians. 4, effective climate action must also address the very real affordability concerns of ordinary Canadians. The House call on the government to A, remove the GST from all forms of home heating. B, make eco-energy retrofits and heat pumps free and easy to access for low-income and middle-class Canadians, regardless of their initial home heating energy source. And C,
by putting in place a tax on the excess profits of big oil and gas corporations. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started in the House. We'll now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Bachrach.
Mr. Bachrach.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Miss Zerillo.
Miss Zerillo.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss
Miss McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamour.
Mr. Lamour.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Miss Vandenbelt.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sobera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Mr. McDonald Malpec.
Miss Thompson.
Mrs. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Finley.
Miss Findley.
Mr. Albultaev.
Mr. Bultaev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Van Pupta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Butterford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Butterford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Tolney.
Mr. Tolney.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Doddle.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période de...
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members encounter technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Okay.
Just wanted to confirm, Mr. Speaker, that my vote was recorded as nay. I received a message saying that it had been flagged.
Yep, it was registered as a nay. Anybody else with a technical difficulty? Nobody in China? Okay. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour, 30-30. Nays contre, 292, 292.
I declare the motion defeated. Last but not least, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill S-242 under private members' business. La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
By Mrs. Roberts, move that Bill S-242, an act to amend the Radio Communication Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
Start with the sponsor of the item.
Williams.
We will now proceed to the members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Khanna.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
In the fourth row.
Miss
Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Back to the sixth row. Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Fourth row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Lou.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Come on, Coach. Troisième rangée.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Laub.
Mr. Cannings.
In the second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richard.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Miss Findley.
Miss Findley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Kwan.
Miss Kwan.
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. In the sixth row. In the fifth row. Fourth row.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
In the third row.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The second row at my right.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
At the first row at my right.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. À ma gauche. In the sixth row.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Cinquième rangée.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Troisième rangée.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Laroche.
Deuxième rangée.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Première rangée.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Châtel.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Cinquième rangée.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Zubiri.
Monsieur Zuberi.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Quatrième rangée.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Row.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Second row at my right.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpeligia.
Mr. Scarpelegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Cara.
Miss Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Ian.
Miss Ian.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Miss Jazik.
Miss Jazik.
Première rangée.
Miss Gould.
Miss Gould.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, I'll ask them to now put their hands up and the chair will recognize them. Personne. The table will now compile the results of the votes.
Yeas pour 142, 142. Nays contre 178, 178.
I declare the motion defeated.
I wish to inform the House that due to the recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 40 minutes.
Minister of Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had technical difficulties on the app, and I'm requesting unanimous consent to change the opposition day motion vote to against.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has turned the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. It is carried. And we're just going to do a quick switch out here.
La présidence souhaite donner suite au rappel au règlement sur le...
The chair now wishes to follow up on the point of order raised by the Chief Opposition Whip regarding an alleged offensive gesture by the member for Avalon during a recorded division held on Monday, November 6, 2023.
When the matter was first raised, the chair committed to reviewing the video in order to determine if an offensive gesture was made by the member during the vote. Having done so, the chair cannot make a conclusive determination as to the nature of the gesture. For his part, the member for Avalon stated that he did not make the gesture in question. The chair is left with two versions of the same event. And consistent with past practice, the chair must take members at their word. I therefore consider the matter closed. Enfin, j'aimerais souligner...
The final point I would make is that the responsibility for improved decorum falls to every one of us. As I said in my statement of October 18, 2023, found at pages 17,592 and 93 of debates, and I quote, "Because of the collegial character of the House and the broad privileges enjoyed by its members, no one, not even the Speaker, can act unilaterally to improve the level of decorum in the chamber. Despite my own strong individual determination to maintaining the dignity and decorum of the House, ultimately those efforts will come to naught without members themselves taking responsibility for their behavior and conduct, and showing their own personal efforts in comporting their business in an appropriate and civil manner. I will therefore need your help in order to succeed." Unquote.
There was obviously disorder in the House during the vote that took place last Monday. All members must be mindful of the impact that their sometimes heated words and behaviors might have on others. I ask all colleagues to do their part to elevate the proceedings to ensure that they are more respectful and constructive. Remember that Canadians are watching us, and that we are all accountable for our words and actions in this place. Rather than finding ways to skate right up to the line of what is acceptable, I would encourage all members to stay well inside the boundaries of respect and decorum. I thank all members for their attention. Je reconnais l'honorable député de...
I now give the floor to The honourable member for Avalon on a point of order.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Speaker. On Monday after the vote on the Opposition Day motion, the member for South Surrey White Rock rose and accused me of making an obscene gesture. You offered me the opportunity to defend myself, which I did. Your ruling today confirms the accusation was false. Members of the official opposition used footage of my vote and posted it on social media, encouraging people to email and call my parliamentary and constituency offices. Speaker, in the last 48 hours, I have received threats of violence. I've had people threaten to cause violence at my constituency office, and I regret to say I have also received death threats. Speaker, this is not okay. My staff are scared, members of my family are scared, and this is all because the opposition misled this House and misled Canadians because they were unhappy with the way I voted on their motion. I was elected to this place to represent the people of Avalon. On 2 separate occasions, I've stood in this chamber and voted in support of Conservative opposition motions on carbon taxes because I believed it was the right thing to do for my constituents. Monday's Opposition Day motion didn't reflect the needs of my constituents, so I voted against it. I will continue to stand up for what's best for the people in my riding. Speaker, I ask that the member for South Surrey White Rock take responsibility for her actions, apologise and recognise that this misleading accusation fuelled hate and threats of violence against my staff and myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me the time to address this matter.
I'm not certain if that was a point of order, but I see that the member from South Surrey White Rock was on her feet earlier, and I'd be happy to recognize the member from South Surrey White Rock.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I was going to say that it's not a point of order. If you're ruling that it is an appropriate point of order, I'm prepared to respond. But if I don't think this was a point of order, it was a prepared statement written out. And, you know, we all face threats being public servants and being in the public eye in this House, including myself and including many of my colleagues, for a variety of reasons. The ruling here was not that the member did not do what I stated I saw him do, and others here stated that they saw him do. The ruling was that it was inconclusive. Thank you.
The honourable member from Regina Capel, rising on a point of order.
I think my colleague, the Honourable Whip, has raised a very important point. Your ruling is just that you are not in a position to make that determination. The Canadians who saw that gesture can and clearly are. And they know what the honourable member did. They can see the obvious gesture. So you've said that you're not in a position to take one member's word over another. Fine. It's now on social media. It lives on there. And Canadians, especially the members, the voters in Avalon, can make their own determination whether or not they think it's appropriate when people are struggling with their home heating bills to get the finger from a member who is voting against our common sense motion. So, Mr. Speaker, on another point, we had a question in question period today from the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona, which had absolutely nothing to do with the administrative responsibilities of government, which was directed at the Conservative opposition, and you allowed the Prime Minister to respond. Now, in a question that's currently before you, the House Leader for the NDP quoted extensively from one of my previous rulings when I was Speaker on questions that have nothing to do with the administrative role of government. I just want to quote that to you, only because it's been referenced in previous points from other members intervening on this question. And on December 1st, 2011, at page 3875 of the debates, I said that the Speaker is called upon to make decisions about the admissibility of questions on the fly. In that regard, since members have very little time to pose their questions and the Chair has even less time to make decisions about their admissibility, it would be helpful if the link to the administrative responsibility of the government were made as quickly as possible. Accordingly, these kinds of questions will continue to risk being ruled out of order, and members should take care to establish the link to government responsibility as quickly as possible. Now, I've had a chance to look at the blues from the question from Edmonton Strathcona. There was nothing about the federal government's area of responsibility. It was an attack leveled at the Leader of the Conservative Party. And the reason why I wanted to cite that part about making the point as quickly as possible is because what we found ourselves in today was you allowed for basically a 35-second attack against the Leader of the Opposition, but did not allow the Leader of the Opposition to respond. You allowed the Prime Minister to respond. Now, I understand why that would be the normal instinct when it's the government who answers questions during question period. But what I would urge you to reflect on as you come back to the House on this larger point about these questions is that if you wait till the very end of the question to make that determination, and if members don't make that link to the administrative responsibility of the government early, what you end up running the risk of having is an unanswered attack on a member or on another party. Now, when the government has the ability to defend itself, you, as many speakers have in the past, have allowed the government to answer or to respond to questions which may otherwise have been ruled out of order for precisely that reason. An attack has been leveled, a charge has been made, and the courteous thing to do would be to allow a minister who would like to respond, use the opportunity to do so. When that attack is made against an opposition leader, there's no opportunity for a response to be made. So it puts the House in a difficult situation where we have members being accused of something. In every other aspect of debate, questions and comments during speeches, when we have motions for time allocation, there's an attack and a counterattack. There's a response to the questions that are being made. The scenario that we had today was an attack on the Leader of the Opposition, followed by an attack on the Leader of the Opposition, a coalition partner asking another coalition partner a question about the Leader of the Opposition. So that is the unfortunate situation that arose out of question period today. What I would urge you to do, Mr. Speaker, is when an attack is being made against an opposition party to quickly determine early on in the question whether or not there is a link to government business, and then not to allow the government coalition partner to respond to an attack from the junior coalition partner. That really does not respect the tradition and the purpose of question period, Mr. Speaker.
So I'd like to thank the member from Regina Capel for this intervention on this matter, and I'm certainly going to review the blues, and I'm certainly going to very much reflect upon what the member has raised in terms of previous rulings that the member had the benefit of sharing with this House when he occupied this chair. And I thank the honourable member for doing so. And I certainly will look at it, and I think he's made on prima facie case why it's important to making sure that questions which are asked quickly come to the point in terms of relating to the administrative affairs of government or of committee chairs. So I really do thank the honourable member for that. It will be useful in the reflection which I am working on as we speak in terms of coming back to the House on a point of order which was raised by the honourable member, originally raised by the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby. Talking of which, I see the honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby on his feet. I'm assuming on a point of order. I hope it's a new point of order that the member is going to make, because I think we've exhausted around both on all sides of this House in terms of the issues which have been raised, which are going to be helpful to me in making my determination. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I will be brief because I have raised this issue a number of times, quoting, of course, the member from my friend, the member from Regina Capel, but also Speaker Bosley and Speaker Milligan. And it is absolutely true that we've seen a lot of examples of Conservatives that haven't had anything, questions that have had nothing to do with the administration of government. In the case of the member from Edmonton Strathcona, she established that link to government administration and the responsibility for the Canada Health Act in the very first sentence of the question, Mr. Speaker. So, though I agree with the argument of my friend from Regina Capel that questions should carry on government administration, that is exactly why the member from Edmonton Strathcona established that link in the first sentence of her question.
I thank all members for their interventions, and I also appreciate the interventions being brief. I'd like to thank again the member for Regina Capel for a very substantive intervention, and I will come back to the House. I'm hoping soon. It might be after the Remembrance constituency break. So, but I hope it can be sooner than that. But if not, it will certainly be shortly after the return of Parliament after the constituency break. Ordinaire, dépôt de documents. L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table the government's responses to 6 petitions, and these returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Okay, we just, I'll let the Honourable Member repeat that because I did hear a little bit of feedback there as the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 6 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Thank you, sir. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bill.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
I like you better with the feedback.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Premier lecture de
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West, seconded by Mr. Couric, moves that the 26th report on the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, February 14, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. To start, I want to say I'm splitting my time with my honourable colleague, the member from Battle River Crowfoot. Before I start, I want to mention that this week is the birthday of his predecessor, the wonderful Kevin Sorensen. It was his 65th birthday. I had a pleasure since Mr. Sorensen and I used to fly together a lot. I had the privilege of enjoying a birthday with Kevin one night. We were flying back to Edmonton, and we land and we go to our cars. I got an Uber to go home, and Kevin went to pick up his car from the outdoor lot, and turns out brand new car, but it wouldn't start. So he thought, crap, it's his birthday. So he goes down to back to the airport to rent a car, and he hands over his credit card and his driver's license, and it turns out his license had expired about 5 minutes earlier because we were 5 minutes in. So poor Kevin Noni on his birthday had to spend it with me on a plane. His car wouldn't start, and he couldn't get his rental car, and he had to catch a cab all the way home to Battle River Crowfoot. Now, I'm pleased to be talking today regarding the study in question, which was Kevin at the time, when I first started doing some work on public accounts, he was the chair of that that committee as well. Now, the Greening Government report that we're chatting about today, it's actually perfect timing for a lot of reasons, and I will comment on some of the timing as I go. One of the reasons it's great timing, because in public accounts, we're actually studying the green hydro sham, and I'll call it a sham because there's various issues that have come up about the government actions, and I'll cover them later in my talk. Now, on the Greening Government, just a couple points, just to give some background. The Treasury Board launched the Greening Government strategy back in 2017 with the ultimate goal to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. Now, just commenting from the Auditor General report, says the government indicated that it committed to leading by example in both domestic and global transition to a lower carbon economy. And again, I get back to the great timing because we just heard from the Environment Commissioner comment that the government has not once yet achieved a single one of its environmental goals. And yet we have here the public audit, or the public accounts looking at a report stating that the government's goal was to be a domestic and global leader in the transition to a lower carbon economy. A fail. An interesting comment from the Auditor General is that the government, federal government, is responsible for 3% of all GHG emissions, which is larger than any single corporation or company in Canada. And you would think that this government would be actually work to reduce their own GHG emissions instead of driving out of business so many companies across Canada. Instead, we see their goal is to reduce GHG by eliminating revenue-producing companies, especially in Alberta, but at the same time growing their own emissions. Now, from the findings of this report, the Auditor General comments, 5 years into the strategy, Treasury Board's efforts to reduce emissions were not as complete as they could have been. They were able to, especially considering their statement that they were going to be a global leader in transitioning. So here we have the government, or the Auditor General, pointing out the government is all talk and no action on this issue. Further into the report, they comment, we found that overall reported results from Crown corporations were neither included on the Secretariat's website nor aggregated. And why is this important? Again, I talk about timing. We talk about the government, Treasury Board doesn't cover Crown corporations. Well, we, of course, have the green scam going on right now with the SDTC, where we have $1 billion Liberal Green slush fund, where we know millions have been diverted to companies without any oversight. And here we have the Auditor General herself commenting that the Treasury Board has provided no oversight on these programs with Crown corporations. She continues, in our view, the Treasury Board Secretariat, the government, also left out important context out of its reporting, such as an overview of government key sources of emissions, key activities undertaken by the government, opportunities, risk, and related mitigation measures likely to adjust the government ability to implement strategy over the remaining 28 years, and information how the strategy supported the United Nations 2030 agenda. So they didn't know what they were doing, they didn't know what they were going to achieve, they didn't know how they were going to achieve it, and they did not know when they were going to achieve it. Pretty much sums up this government in a lot of areas, but especially on the green front. Auditor General generally also concludes, we found the greening government strategy did not contain sufficient detail about some important commitments. Additional information would give parliamentarians and Canadians a clear picture of what is to be accomplished, including the government's plan to how to transition. Which is very clear throughout this report there was a lack of transparency in their reporting. And then she finishes up with commenting about limited risk management. And again, this is important because at this time in the Ethics Committee and other committees, we're talking about the $1 billion slush fund. No oversight, no risk management on the government's programs or spending. We found that Treasury Board did not identify how it would consult departments on their risk in order to come up with accurate plans. 8 of 27 departments create emission reduction plans for government programs, and that's all. Now, I want to get to what I talked about, the SDTC, and it's important because greening government, Auditor General has made it clear the Treasury Board, which is responsible for the oversight, has not provided the oversight. They failed on oversight of Crown corporations, which the SDTC is, and they have not provided the risk management or the risk mitigation. Now, the SDTC, in a comment in their mission statement, their investments translate to economic and environmental benefits. Now, we've heard earlier the Environmental Commissioner stated the Liberals have not achieved one environmental or one target from their environmental plans. But I have to agree or disagree. The Liberals have achieved one plan, and that's stuffing taxpayers' money into connected Liberals through the SDTC. We've looked up donations from the directors of the SDTC. Tens of thousands have flown into the Liberal government coffers. At the same time, they're flowing millions out the door to be unaccounted for. The SDTC also says, we help Canadian companies develop and deploy sustainable technologies by delivering critical funding. That's those wondering, the SDTC stands for Sustainable Development Technology Canada. Also in the mission statement, committed to full transparency. Committed to full transparency. That's also very similar to the government saying open by default. Both are not true. And we've seen that we've had to fight in committee to get information. I want to read a couple comments from the whistleblower on the SDTC about some of the money wasted. There's a lot of sloppiness and laziness. There's some outright incompetence. And you know the situation is just kind of untenable at this point. Actually, this seems very similar to the ArriveCAN scandal. Well, that's 54 million. I think this is going to be much larger. The minister is going to flip out when he hears the stuff, and he's going to want an extreme reaction, like shut it all down. I will note that the minister found out, I think, in March, and here we are in November before we actually see some action from this government. It's unlikely that certain members of the board, remember this board that funneled tens of thousands of donations into the Liberal coffers, are on board. Executives are going to be able to continue to serve. Like they're kind of lost their confidence. So really the discussion will be the mechanisms for getting them out. Continuing pretty well prepared to talk him off the ledge, like, Minister, that's a bad idea. We've got other ideas. So here we have Auditor General report, greening government, very clearly laying out problems. Back in 2022, a year ago, we knew there were problems with Crown corporations. March, we had whistleblowers come forward about waste of taxpayers' money, and here it is November, and we still have not seen actions. It's very clear that Canadians cannot afford this costly government after 8 years, and after 8 years, it's very clear the environment cannot afford this government either. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure that the member was aware that on today's agenda we were supposed to actually be debating Bill S9. And S9 is dealing with the Chemical Weapons Convention and updating that legislation brought in through the Senate. And my understanding was there was going to be virtually unanimous consent in terms of getting this bill passed through. And I'm wondering if the member can explain why it is the Conservatives chose to play games today, which will ultimately prevent S9 from being introduced, which means Canadians are going to have to wait once again because of the filibustering methods of the Conservative Party. How does the member justify this type of filibuster of important legislation?
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
The question I would ask of the member is how he justifies this continuing cover-up of this slush fund.
Exactly.
In committee itself, we tried to get this information. The Liberal government and the Bloc allies voted against requiring documents related to the Liberals' Green Slush Fund being released to committee. He talks about games. I would like their party to end the game of this cover-up, release the information to Canadians who are suffering across the country, coast to coast, with paying their bills, paying their rent, affording food, struggling, and this government continues to cover up of at least $40 million of taxpayers' money wasted.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Abitibi.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This report is being discussed at an odd moment. Here's my question for my Conservative colleague. The Conservatives had a movement, and the Bloc Québécois and the NDP supported that, to really get to the bottom of things with this government green fund. So we have realized that the use of money has been suboptimal. So the fund is supposed to invest further in the green economy, which is positive, but the funding is not being used well. So is the member's goal to highlight this issue today? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Yeah. I agree with what my colleague is saying. The money is not being used as it's intended. And whether someone is for one type of ideology or the other, we do have very clear rules about our spending. We have clear rules about how the Treasury Board should react and what rules they should follow. It's very clear from the Greening Government report from the Auditor General, the government is not following the rules. In fact, 8 of 27 of their departments refused to hand over documents backing up their emission reduction claims. That's how much confidence this government has in their propaganda. Only 8 of 27, so 75% of the departments refused to hand over information to the Auditor General backing up the government's claims. Canadians don't believe that they're actually committed to helping the environment. I think they're only committed to helping their propaganda points.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In a previous Parliament, the member from Edmonton West and I did a lot of work on what was at that time called Vote 40, which had all the appearances of a Liberal slush fund. We did some good work together to hold them to account for that. And at the time, it was common to hear, you don't hear it as much in this chamber anymore, but at that time, it was common to hear the phrase, sunshine is the best disinfectant. I wonder if the member from Edmonton West remembers who it was that would so often utter that phrase and what that means in this case here.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague, and we do miss him on Ogo. I enjoy working with my colleague from Vancouver Island from the NDP, but we certainly miss his interventions. It was, of course, the Liberals who talked about sunshine being the best disinfectant. Actually, it's right on the mission statement of this Green Slush Fund about commitment to transparency. We have the government saying that openness is default. We'd actually like to see them follow through on that.
We do have time for a quick question. The honourable member for Haldeman Norfolk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order. Today I was attempting to vote and I was unable to vote because of technical difficulties. I'm still on the line with the technical department, and so I would like my vote to be registered as yes for the last vote, which was the PMB S242.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. The motion is carried. I thank the honourable member for her intervention.
I think that question was right there, sir.
Thank you. And that's out of time. So there you go. Before we go to the next speaker, it's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. L'honorable député de Kitchener Centre.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
L'honorable député de Victoria.
On small business, the honourable member for Victoria on climate change, and the honourable member for London Fanshawe on foreign affairs.
With the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it's an honour to be able to rise in this place to debate in issues that are so important to Canadians. And I would just thank my honourable colleague from the West Edmonton Mall constituency, and he did bring up my predecessor, who I remember very fondly, having worked with and volunteered on his campaigns in my home constituency of Battle River Crowfoot, prior to that being Crowfoot. And just a big shout out to Kevin Sorensen, who was chair of the Public Accounts Committee during the 42nd Parliament, and it was his birthday the other day. I won't tell this House how old he is, but a big happy birthday to Kevin, and I know he was able to enjoy some time with his grandkids. Mr. Speaker, here we are again talking about government corruption. You know, it has become something that has not only, that I hear about regularly as a Conservative MP, but has truly disillusioned so many in our country about whether or not they can trust government. And increasingly across the country, north, south, east and west, and everywhere in between, Mr. Speaker, we hear increasingly that Canadians simply cannot trust the government. And Mr. Speaker, the reason why this is so concerning is it's one thing to disagree with the government, disagree with their policies, disagree with their ideology, disagree with their policies. But increasingly, Mr. Speaker, because of the last 8 years, that Liberal government, that Prime Minister has decreased the trust. There's been a significant erosion of trust into Canadians' trust in our general institutions. And Mr. Speaker, why that's so problematic is because it transcends politics. It transcends any particular party. The damage that has been done to this country by that Prime Minister and those Liberals has truly created a circumstance where there are more people all the time that are saying that they simply do not believe that our country can continue to function as is. And Mr. Speaker, as a parliamentarian, as somebody who believes so very much in the future of our country, somebody who's proud to represent those constituents in Battle River Crowfoot, Mr. Speaker, it is so unfortunate and distressing that because of that Prime Minister and those Liberals and all the MPs in the Liberal caucus, in the NDP caucus and the Bloc caucus that prop him up. So here we are today debating another motion that brought forward by committee that speaks to some of this corruption. And Mr. Speaker, it truly emphasizes the point that the Leader of the Opposition, the member from Carleton, the point that he has made that everything in Canada feels broken. And that is certainly the case when it comes to the cover-up that seems to be taking place with the revelations, whistleblower revelations that have taken place from SDTC. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is a report that we have that was that the minister requested be done on some of these documents. And Mr. Speaker, it is at the Ethics Committee we asked for this document. And we had Liberal members, along with the Bloc and the NDP, that talked about, oh, well, we'll just ask nicely. We'll just ask nicely. And although myself, and I know the member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Redoux Lakes, and other Conservatives made the case saying it's past time to ask nicely because this Liberal government refuses to be honest, refuses to allow for the truth to get out. We have a report before us that is heavily redacted. That while we asked for those answers, while Conservatives brought forward a motion that would have demanded those answers, it was the other political parties in this place that joined together to allow the cover-up to continue. And we have here that are allegations, whistleblowers that came forward because they were distressed at how there were millions of dollars and words being thrown about saying that this could make the sponsorship scandal seem small, that there is a level of corruption and connections with Liberal insiders that is truly astounding, which contributes to that further erosion of trust. To the point, Mr. Speaker, where increasingly I hear from constituents and folks across our country that find it difficult to keep track of the number of scandals that this Prime Minister finds himself embroiled in. And to the point where not only is it increasingly making it a challenge for this government to administer things related to government and that trust being broken with Canadians and millions of dollars that are disappearing and in a way that has become commonplace. But Mr. Speaker, it also, and this cannot be lost in the midst of this, it has reduced the trust that any Canadian has in that government being able to accomplish their objectives. Now again, agree or disagree with what the objective is, one should be able to trust that the government would work towards fulfilling it. We saw, and the proof of this is so very, very clear with that government's own Environment Commissioner's report that was released earlier this week. Mr. Speaker, we see that the Liberals are failing to meet their targets, yet they are spending hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars in things where money's being skimmed off the top. It leads one to that conclusion. And the insiders seem to be the ones that get these lucrative contracts, where $38 million in $1 billion green slush fund evaporates, and while whistleblowers are coming and telling that Blow is saying as loud as they can, releasing publicly some of this information, you have the members of this House in every other political party covering up that corruption. Mr. Speaker, and as the Environment Commissioner, this cannot be lost in it. Not only is there corruption, but the corruption is leading to this government not being able to accomplish anything. Carbon tax not leading to emissions reductions. The fact that we have a whole host of green programs, more than I could name probably in a 10-minute speech, Mr. Speaker, that are not leading to the promised emissions reductions. And then you have, when it comes to the report that we are debating here today from the Public Accounts Committee, and let me quote this because I think that it is so it's quite something. So these are not my words, Mr. Speakers. Parliamentarians and, more importantly, taxpayers must have complete confidence and oversight over the federal government's long-term strategy to achieve net zero, or the current plan should be scrapped in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say, through their own admission, neither department studied the report, and they could studied in this report could accurately state net zero was possible. Mr. Speaker, we see that the government's own admissions are now realizing that they cannot accomplish their objectives. We have a corrupt Prime Minister and a corrupt government being propped up by a host of either willing participants or those who are blind and are showing an unbelievable level of cowardice to the corruption that is being perpetuated within our country, which is contributing to that erosion of trust that is taking place in our government and we hear, Mr. Speaker, time and time again, this is not simply Conservatives saying this. In fact, recently, in a study that took place at the Access to Information and Ethics Committee, which I'm proud to be a part of, we studied the idea and issues surrounding government access to information. And increasingly, Mr. Speaker, in fact, that Prime Minister divides at every turn for his own political gain. Yet increasingly you see, whether it's premiers from coast to coast uniting against the carbon tax as an example, or when it comes to unanimous agreement, Mr. Speaker, and this is very, very important, unanimous agreement that the access to information system was broken. Every witness that came to committee agreed that the access to information system in Canada was broken, with one exception. The former president of the Treasury Board was the only one, the only witness that came to testify before the Ethics Committee. She was the only one that said that there was not a problem. And it is that willful blindness, that ignorance, or that intentionality that is leading to a culture of secrecy, a culture of corruption that needs to be addressed. Canadians have zero confidence in this government's ability to accomplish its objectives. Canadians have zero trust in this Liberal government's ability to administer with integrity the public purse. And increasingly, I'm hearing from Canadians from coast to coast to coast that are ready for a change, for somebody to bring common sense back to this country, so that when they pay taxes, when tax time comes, they can trust the fact that while the government takes, they can trust that it's being administered properly, because that has been destroyed by those Liberals. It's time to bring home some common sense to our country. It's time to bring back some integrity to our government. And the only way that that happens, Mr. Speaker, is when the member from Carleton, after what will be a carbon tax election, when he can take the Prime Minister's chair and bring home that common sense to this nation, restore trust in our governmental institutions, to truly bring back the Canadian advantage that has been lost under those Liberals and that Prime Minister.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, the member opposite has been talking about trust quite a bit in his remarks. And I'm just curious why he thinks the Canadian people could trust the party opposite when we know that the kind of reckless ideas that you're putting forward, from crypto, misogynistic hashtags, photos with illegal protesters, legislation that's trying to use backdoor methods to open up debate on a woman's right to choose, and all these other things that Canadians are very concerned about. I just don't understand how he can accuse this side through you, the member opposite can accuse this side of a lack of trust when that party has been so reckless and they are doing things which are of just great risk to Canadians.
Well, member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what's so very interesting is that member seems to either be willfully ignorant to the corruption, seems to be complicit in it, maybe benefiting from it, Mr. Speaker, because that member, along with her caucus colleagues, are refusing to allow sunlight to shine, to ensure that Canadians can get answers for where the money is going and who is getting rich. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that member needs to look back over the last 8 years, how funds, whether it's the SDTC, has turned into a scandal that whistleblowers are saying is bigger than the sponsorship scandal. When it comes to a carbon tax that is failing to meet its objectives, when it comes to a government that is truly seeing an erosion of trust in the very foundations of things that we used to be able to in this country take for granted. So, Mr. Speaker, that member should look closely at her government and her caucus colleagues and ask the question as to why they are contributing to this culture of corruption, this culture of secrecy that is destroying the very foundation for the government that we should all be able to trust in this country.
I believe we have a point of order from the Honourable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling the government's response to questions number Q1742 and Q1743 and the revised response to the question 1738, originally tabled on November 6, 2023, and questions number 1745 and 1744. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions are tabled. Question commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac.
Honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for that super speech. He talked about money being spent in the right place, about managing public money better and so on. Well, one thing I know, Mr. Speaker, is that today, right now, the oil companies made $200 billion in profits. $200 billion in profits. And then the Conservatives say it's expensive to heat our homes, gas is more expensive, fossil fuels are costing more and more, and that's hard on taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, if the oil patch is making $200 billion in profits and the Canadian government continues to subsidize them to the tune of $43 billion from now till 2035, is my colleague serious? Like, where's all the money going?
And the question is an interesting one because I would simply mention that it's in terms of the equalization formula that exists in this country. Alberta contributes approximately $13 billion into the equalization formula, which is very complex, admittedly, but about $13 billion in, and Quebec receives about $13 billion from it. So, Mr. Speaker, Alberta has been clear that we will unleash its potential. We are world leaders in producing clean, green resources, whether that's new tech and clean tech, or whether that be the traditional forms of energy like LNG and natural gas and oil, Mr. Speaker. I find it so unfortunate that it's members like that that would push our people into energy poverty as opposed to allow our country and our people to prosper. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to prosperity in this country, the Bloc Québécois should look themselves in the mirror and ask why they are keeping our people in poverty.
We do have time for another quick question, but if not, the honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Well, I want to thank my colleagues for their excellent presentations on this issue this afternoon, and I know that my colleague from Edmonton was talking about, and I'll get my colleague here to expand from his colleague from Alberta as well, next to me here, that only 8 of the 27 targets that the government had set were met in this, and I wonder if he can just expand on his thoughts on, if the government has such a great plan, why it was such a failure.
The honourable member of Battle River Crowfoot, pretty quick.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And, it's quite something as we look through this report, we see how failure defines that government's strategy when it comes to the environment, when it comes to public finance, when it comes to every metric, Mr. Speaker. And it is so unbelievably irresponsible of members, especially the backbench, of those 3 political parties, Mr. Speaker, to continue to prop up this corrupt coalition when Canadians truly deserve better. But, Mr. Speaker, that's what they'll get when the member from Carleton becomes Prime Minister and Conservatives form a strong mandate to get our country back on track.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess it's nothing new in the sense that here we are, another day of the legislative session, where the government is attempting to get legislation through, Mr. Speaker. Legislation that really matters to Canadians. And once again, we're witnessing the Conservative Party in a determined way wanting to prevent government legislation of all forms from being able to pass. And I'm going to get into that shortly, but before I do, Mr. Speaker, just to recognize some of the significance of the legislation that members were here prepared to debate. The Parliamentary Secretary to Global Affairs, Foreign Affairs, was chatting with me just prior, Mr. Speaker, in regards to S9 legislation that has actually come through the Senate. And it was legislation that was very well received. Legislation that it appeared was going to be passing through. Everyone, from what I understand, is actually supporting S9, Mr. Speaker. Everyone. It's not going to have a problem even getting through the Senate. What S9 is all about is the Chemical Weapons Convention. A convention that has, 190 states, parties, that have actually signed on to the convention. And it really updates the list of chemicals, Mr. Speaker. Relatively non-controversial, yet very important legislation. And as the Parliamentary Secretary of Global Affairs was telling me, or Foreign Affairs was saying to me, was anticipating that legislation was going to be passing with all party support. There is a sense of disappointment. A disappointment in the sense that there is no reason why we could not have debated and allowed that debate to come forward. But once again, and I don't know, Mr. Speaker, I guess we'd have to ask the Parliamentary Library or someone to find out the number of times now that the Conservative Party has brought in a concurrence report during government business in order to prevent government legislation from being debated. This is an ongoing destructive force that the Conservative Party wants to play. Today we're talking, or they're brought up a report that's dealing with the environment. We've been talking a lot about the environment, Mr. Speaker, in the last few days. I have a lot of thoughts that I'd like to share with members in regards to the environment. We had 2 opposition days, Mr. Speaker, both of which were dealing with the environment. Today, it was supposed to be a government day, and a government day where we were supposed to be dealing with the Chemical Weapons Convention. And the Conservatives want to talk about a report. Now, you notice when they started talking about the report, what were they emphasizing? Not necessarily the report in itself. And we give a lot of latitude, just like, Mr. Speaker, you gave me latitude to be able to express my thoughts. But what they were more concerned about was incorporating the word corrupt, try to portray something that's just not there, Mr. Speaker, as much as they can. To try to create this false narrative that on this issue, like a million other issues according to the Conservatives, because they've been talking about this since before the Prime Minister was even the Prime Minister. The area of character assassination. Trying to make the Prime Minister in this case look bad in the eyes of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And they're using this particular report to try to amplify that. And they're talking about transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, I was in the third party in the
on the opposition benches when the Prime Minister became the leader of the Liberal Party. And one of the very first actions that he had taken was the issue of proactive disclosure, indicating that we wanted to be able to share in a very transparent way, in a way that ensured accountability in terms of how individual members of Parliament were actually spending money. And when when the government at the time, Stephen Harper, and the official opposition also, even though they had opposed it, the leader of the Liberal Party, today's Prime Minister, imposed it on the Liberal caucus members. Virtually from day one, the leader of the Liberal Party, since becoming the leader of the Liberal Party, not to mention the Prime Minister of Canada, has been a strong advocate for accountability and transparency. And I can tell you that go back and read some of the SO31s. Take a look at some of the actions that were taken back then. Fast forward it to virtually day one when we had taken power back in 2015. And what you'll find is that the Conservative Party in particular was more focused on trying to make Canadians feel bad about the personalities within the government. That's my nice way of saying the Conservatives' focus was on character assassination. And nothing has changed, Mr. Speaker. For 8 years, I have witnessed that firsthand. So today, not only are they wanting to filibuster legislation, they want to continue the line of anything and everything that you can point a finger at and say it's corrupt, it's bad, and so forth, and if you can factor in character assassination, do it. But when you think in terms of the environment and what it is that this government has been able to accomplish, I should probably go over the last couple of days. You know, it wasn't maybe a couple of weeks back, the Conservative Party brought up the issue of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And you'll see the relevance to that here because the Conservative Party of Canada opposes the Canada Infrastructure Bank. And when they talk about the environment, they look at this report and they look at it and they say, well, it's a slush fund, Mr. Speaker. That's the way the Conservative Party looks at it. And they're saying that if they're in government, they're going to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Yet take a look at the results, the types of things that are coming out of the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Mr. Speaker. I think a progressive, and I underline the word progressive, Conservative government would have been very much supportive of today's Canada Infrastructure Bank. But that's not the case of this far-right, reckless, risky Conservative Party. You know, some people laughed when a question was posed today in question period referring to the Conservative Party, in particular the leader of the Conservative Party, being a junior Donald Trump. You know? Pierre Trump. I'm sorry, I withdraw the first name, Mr. Speaker. You know, the idea is that the Conservative Party today is so far to the right, they don't even recognize good public policy. I believe when I had talked about the infrastructure bank, I talked about bringing back the Omer Simpson Award that I used to give out, Mr. Speaker, when I was in MLA a number of years back for dumb ideas. And I can tell you, their position on the infrastructure bank and the impact that it has on Canadians and the economy and our environment, think about it. 46, and someone told me it was actually 48, but I know it's at least 46 projects. $9.7 billion being supported through the government. And through that, an additional close to $20 additional billion because of other sources of funding. And the projects that are out there, they have like 11 or, it's double-digit transit projects where buses are being converted into, or gas buses are being converted into electric buses, Mr. Speaker. I think Brampton is a community, I know my colleague from Brampton North is a very strong advocate for the entire community of Brampton, is a very strong, big fan of the electrification of public transit. Yes. And through that, we are now seeing through the Canada Investment Bank that conversion taking place. It's better for the environment, Mr. Speaker. And ultimately, there will be cost savings on that. That's one of the biggest investments that we're seeing from the Canada Investment Bank. Not to mention school buses in different regions of the country that are also being converted into electric school buses. You know, we talk a lot about rural internet. In fact, I think earlier today we had a vote on Spectrum, and the Conservative Party is talking about, well, rural internet connectivity. Well, the Canada Infrastructure Bank is investing in Manitoba fiber internet. That's going to benefit rural Manitoba, Mr. Speaker. And it's not the only fiber that it's actually investing in. It's supporting our communities. Yet the Conservative Party will say, well, the Canada Investment Bank is a boondoggle. It is a slush fund. These are actual words that Conservatives will use to describe the Canada Investment Bank, Mr. Speaker. As one member heckles across right now, a waste of money. The Conservative Party of today does not appreciate, nor does it value, the role that government can play in ensuring that we have a cleaner, healthier, stronger environment.
No vision, no vision.
There is no vision, as my colleague says. And we see that in another policy related to the environment, something that we've been talking a great deal about, the price on pollution, or the carbon tax, as Conservatives love to call it, Mr. Speaker. It's interesting. Price on pollution, every other political party inside this chamber actually supports it, except for the Conservative Party. Now, mind you, in fairness, in the last federal election, the Conservative Party of Canada supported the price on pollution. But it's this new leader that has made the decision that the Conservatives want no longer to support anything dealing with climate or acknowledging climate change. And progressive measures like the price on pollution or the carbon tax is a big no-no for them. But what they don't realize is that the carbon tax that is actually paid goes back to the provinces, Mr. Speaker, goes back to the people. It is the most cost-efficient way for the public as a whole to get engaged in having a cleaner and healthier environment. In fact, Mr. Speaker, what you will find is that a majority of the residents in Winnipeg North actually benefit by the price on pollution or the carbon tax. And that's not me saying it. The independent parliamentary budget officer makes it very clear. 80% of my constituents will get more than they actually paid in. So when the leader of the Conservative Party goes around the country saying that he's going to axe the tax, referring to the carbon tax or the price on pollution, what he's really saying is that 80% of the constituents in which I represent are going to be a net loss of actual dollars in pocket. But they don't talk about that, Mr. Speaker. But that is the reality. That is the truth. So I tell you, Mr. Speaker, that when you look at the report that was provided, the government has provided, the minister has provided a detailed response to the, 6 or 7 recommendations. And you take a look at the actions that we have taken as a government to address issues, to demonstrate strong national leadership on the environment. Most recently, the oil debate, the price on home heating oil, Mr. Speaker. As I said, yesterday, there was a day in which a lot of people had heating their homes by using coal. Go to a lot of those wartime houses, you'll see those little steel plates. That's where they shoveled the coal in, Mr. Speaker. No more. People realize we got to modernize. And nowadays, it's more of the natural gas, electricity, oil, propane. Those are the things that are heating homes. So the government comes up with a national program. Contrary to what the Conservatives try to mislead Canadians, we come up with a national program that will encourage people to convert from using oil for heating to heating pumps, Mr. Speaker. And that's across Canada. But they'll say, no, it's happening in one region. These are federal dollars that are actually being spent. So when they talk about how the federal government is spending money on environment and how it is that we're looking for net zero, this is a policy platform that's going to help us get there. The Conservatives as well, only a few hundred have actually been converted over the last number of years. False information again. We're talking about tens of thousands of homes today that have taken advantage of government programs in order to convert into home heating pumps, Mr. Speaker. So there's no problem in terms of talking about the issue that the members have brought forward on this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, the concurrence report. But the real tragedy that we're talking about today is that the Conservative Party of Canada does not believe that they have to behave in a responsible fashion on the floor or what takes place inside this chamber. They continuously bring in concurrence report after concurrence report with some sort of a lame excuse, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be justified, and I would challenge any one of them to go to any university in Winnipeg or in Ottawa with me, go to an intro and poli-sci class or something of that nature, and try to defend their irresponsible behavior in trying to filibuster all types of legislation. They don't want to have a vote on the Ukraine trade deal. What do, Mr. Speaker? They bring in concurrence reports. They don't allow it to come to debate. They talk about foreign interference, yet we bring in legislation that deals with international investment. And what do? They bring in concurrence report. They don't want to debate. And then they'll go crying to the media, well, the Liberals are bringing in time allocation. Well, duh. You can't pass anything with the Conservative Party here unless you bring in time allocation. They made a point of making that a reality today, Mr. Speaker.
That is so true.
They don't want legislation to pass the House of Commons.
Wasting time.
In a minority government, there is a responsibility that the official opposition has too, Mr. Speaker. I see a part of my job is to hold the Conservatives accountable for their behavior, because their behavior is absolutely irresponsible to prevent legislation that supports Canadians, whether it's through pandemic situations or supporting what's taking place, Ukraine trade agreement, or the legislation today that was supposed to be on chemical weapons convention, Mr. Speaker. All of that. The Conservative Party wants to take this reckless, risky way of dealing with issues on the floor of the House, and I say shame on them, Mr. Speaker. They have an obligation to Canadians, and they are not living up to it.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Simcoe North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great interest to the intervention from my colleague across the way. There's been plenty of legislation that Conservatives have agreed with and voted for. There's a bill on disabilities, there's a bill on childcare, there was a bill on extending COVID support payments. If it's good legislation, we vote for it. In fact, they actually have legislation they still haven't brought back to the House, C-56, I think, which members have indicated that they would support with. But the real question is, we were told, Canadians were told, that we could not cut or pause the carbon tax for any Canadians because of fires, floods, and hurricanes. And I just want to know, how does any member in that party sleep at night? How does this member sleep at night knowing that they paused the carbon tax on heating oil because just 6 months ago they said you couldn't pause anything because of hurricanes, floods, and fires?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't have any problem sleeping at night. The greatest frustration that I get when I come into the House of Commons, the floor of the House of Commons, is trying to figure out what game is the Conservative Party going to play today in order to prevent legislation from passing. And I'm never disappointed because this is the type of behavior. You know, whether it's concurrence reports, I've seen members of the Conservative Party stand up, move someone else be heard, and then cause the bells to ring so that they don't actually have to debate the legislation. I've seen the Conservative Party stand up and say, I move adjournment. They want to end the House. I've seen the Conservative Party deny the opportunity for the House to set past 6 o'clock because they don't want to sit till midnight because they don't think Canadians should see their MPs sit till midnight. All of which, Mr. Speaker, there's a type of behavior that we see from the Conservative Party because they don't really want to see legislation pass. Yes, if they can be shamed in certain situations, we are able to get some things through, but in good part because of shame and because of time allocation.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Listening to my Conservative colleagues can give us rashes even or hives because we're listening to a lot of odd things from the Conservative Party. But there were some aspects of the speech which were very interesting. But the Commissioner of the Environment and Sustainable Development has just reminded us that Canada is the only G7 country which has not reduced its greenhouse gas emissions since 1990. What's worse, you will continue until 2035 to invest up to $83 billion in oil and gas. So it seems that there's a lot of contrast and paradoxes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question. And one of the things that I very much value is the current minister responsible for the environment and his just general attitude in terms of making sure that Canada is on the right track. And what we have seen over the last number of years is that we are going in the right direction. And as a government, we continue to be committed to ultimately hit that net zero, and that's why we brought in legislation not that long ago, 18 months or 2 years, I'm not exactly sure when it was, but we brought in the net zero legislation, which also incorporated reporting mechanisms so that there be updates and reports every 5 years.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To refresh the honourable member's memory, the
Bill C-12, the Climate Accountability Act, came in 2021. I voted against it because it does absolutely nothing towards climate accountability. And I know we're not debating climate tonight, but it's coming up. And to the honourable member, the Government of Canada just found out from the Commissioner for Environment and Sustainable Development that we're not moving in the right direction. We continue to ignore the budget that really matters, which is the carbon budget. So net zero by 2050 is irrelevant if we don't hit the near-term targets by 2030, because then we'll be on a trajectory to an unlivable world for our own children. It's an unforgivable failure, and it's an unnecessary failure. And I know the Conservatives aren't helping, but I do think the Liberals owe the Conservatives a large thank you, because if not for the Conservatives, the Liberals wouldn't have any claim to having a better record than anybody else in the history of time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, for one, always believe that there's room for improvement. There's no doubt about that. And I look at, as I say, at the Minister of the Environment, and I have every confidence in his leadership on the file. And we are moving in the right direction. I believe that the net zero is in fact achievable. I look forward to continuing to bring in and see policies through the government that will actually help lead us in that direction, whether it's the Canada Infrastructure Bank and the investments that they're making in cooperation with other stakeholders to direct government involvement, such as the heat pumps. And I do recognize that the Green Party actually voted with the Liberals the other day with related to the heat pumps and the incentives and supporting the price on pollution. So I do recognize that, and I do appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments, and I apologize for skipping over the NDP. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member for his speech. I think it's a tough job he has, Mr. Speaker, to be able to continue with such I think endurement is something that's admirable. But I think what's not admirable in this report, I think it outlines clearly that the Commissioner found that the government actually lacked the ability to prevent or to have key management, for example, or management of key risks to prevent meeting their strategy by 2050. What does the member have to say about how the government can rectify something like this? If you have a plan that says you're going to meet the commitment to be net zero by 2050, but don't understand the risks associated with getting there, how are you going to be able to get there?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, allow me maybe just to report the conclusion, because as I say, all recommendations, I think 6, 7 of them were responded to, and there was a conclusion. As the government continues to strengthen its approach to greening government operations and to performance measurements and reporting under the GGS, we will take the committee's recommendations into account. I would like to take the opportunity to thank you and the committee members for your input, work, in reviewing the report of the CESD on the strategy. Suffice to say, I do believe at times we see fantastic work coming out of the Standing Committee. I know the respective ministers take it seriously, and I believe will put us and ensure that we continue to go in the right direction. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've seen day after day, and actually it's been a few weeks now, that where the Conservatives continue their filibuster through concurrence reports in the House when these studies have taken place in committee. Today, Mr. Speaker, we were supposed to be debating Bill S9, an act to amend the Chemical Weapons Convention Implementation Act. Canada has been a leader in this area, and I think the clarity that this act would be providing when it comes to the list of chemical weapons is greatly needed. I was wondering what the member thinks about that.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member brings up 2 really good points. First and foremost, recognize that the report that we're actually talking about today has been extensively debated, talked about, analyzed thoroughly in the Standing Committee. So members of Parliament would have had all sorts of opportunity to be able to contribute to that whole discussion that had taken place. Now, going forward, the second issue that I would make reference to that I really appreciate is the member raises the impact of not having a debate. Bill S9 is very important. It's not only is it important, but I believe that all political parties inside this House actually support Bill S9. It's a non-controversial piece of legislation. Had the Conservatives not played this game, we would have probably seen the bill even pass today, Madam Speaker, from my understanding. So it's a real shame that the Conservative Party is putting party politics over the best interest of good, sound public policy. And sadly, it's not the first time, Madam Speaker, because one of the greatest frustrations of the filibuster I've seen with the Conservative Party of Canada is the frustration dealing with the Ukraine-Canada trade agreement. And maybe I'll get some more time to expand on that point soon.
Not this evening. Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're here to discuss a report that was tabled a long time ago. And we don't have a lot of time to talk about it today, but unfortunately this report was mishandled by public accounts, and let me explain. Witnesses were called, and all they could do was present their briefs and make their opening remarks, and then the committee had to suspend and vote, and so the witnesses left without being able to answer any questions. So the topic wasn't really well appreciated, and so I was surprised at the time, and I'm glad the Conservatives are now suddenly so interested in these environmental concerns, even though the committee kind of bungled its work. So first of all, let's talk about the goal. The Sustainable Development Commissioner tried to look at whether the government had been going about reaching its targets appropriately. And so this had to do with Treasury Board in terms of the means taken, but also some departments like National Defense and Transport. And the findings are quite damning, Madam Speaker. The government quite simply didn't appropriately fund the achievement of its targets. That's hardly new. We weren't surprised. Another important finding was that Transport and National Defense do not have any risk management strategy. And that's pretty damning in this century when most companies have climate risk management strategies. We're talking about systemic risks. We're talking about risks that are physical, obviously, potential flooding and what have you, things that could affect operations and so on. And there are also reputational risks. There's a whole range of risks associated with climate change, and most companies are already providing for those risks because they know that those risks are there and that there will be an impact on them. But at the same time, these so-called supposedly cutting-edge government departments apparently have no risk management strategy. Another finding was that Treasury Board didn't have the data to ascertain whether or not targets were being met. So the commissioner found that the targets were not being met, but they also found that Treasury Board was incapable of even making that assessment, that they didn't have the data. So without data, there's obviously no analysis. So that's great in terms of getting ahead with your strategy. And then the commissioner found that there was no accounting or transparency in reporting on these things. For example, Crown corporations are not even included. And just a reminder about Crown corporations, we're talking about organizations that are tasked, mandated with implementing government policy. So they're funded heavily and they operate at arm's length. without being accountable to the government, to Canadians, to the public in the way that a government department would be. So their strategy is simply, let's funnel as much money as we can, either in tax breaks or financing for Crown corporations, and no one will know, quite simply, what happened. Well, no one will know whether Crown corporations are actually trying to further the government's strategy and whether they are even basically trying to implement this environmental transition, because nobody will know what the Crown corporations are actually doing. So I'd also like to point out that at the early meetings we had at Public Accounts, it had to do with the investment, the public service pension plan investment organization, and they had been found to be laggards among Crown corporations. So, but we're talking about the Public Service Pension Plan Investment Board, and they were found to be at the bottom of the class in terms of accountability and meeting targets and so on. But it was very hard for us as members of Parliament to find out how much money was at stake here. And we're talking about employees, workers' contributions to that pension plan. And within their investments, there's investment in fossil fuels. But that falls under the broad category of energy investments, energy stocks. But of course, there's a big difference between investing in wind versus oil. So how are we supposed to find out whether this pension investment board is doing the right thing or the wrong thing, what they're actually investing in? It was impossible for us to tell just precisely what forms of energy were being invested in. So that's another big problem. Another issue was the results when it comes to investing in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The data only had to do with the past year, so that wasn't very comprehensive. It wasn't painting a very full picture. So the Conservatives have brought up this report, even though they didn't really want to spend much time on it in committee. Now, a year later, they want to spend some of the House's time dealing with this. It's kind of surprising. And there's an awful lot of noise coming from them about the carbon tax. So if you don't mind, I'd like to switch to put my teaching hat on, and I'll give you a little lesson about what's happening in Quebec in terms of combating climate change and what's being done in the public sector there. In Quebec, there's a cap-and-trade system, and in order to reduce GHG emissions in Quebec, the government of Quebec puts a price on per ton of carbon. And I'm looking at one certain party to see if they're following me so far. So the strategy Quebec chose was initially put in place in 2016, and it was extended gradually in 2015 to providers of fuels and so on. And in Quebec, road transportation is the main source of emissions. So instead of putting a set price on each ton of pollution, the government of Quebec puts a total limit and leaves it up to the polluters to decide what the caps are. That's why it's called a cap-and-trade system. So instead of putting a direct price per ton of pollution, we set a limit, a cap, and then there are quotas. And we leave it to the market to determine what price to levy on each ton emitted by each company. And under that system, the government issues a number of quotas equal to the aggregate total or the cap. And emitters have to negotiate among themselves, trade basically these quotas. And the more excess there is, the more the price goes up. So those emitting more than 25,000 tons of CO2 have to purchase emission rights. Refineries in Quebec are subject to the same system, not only for their refining activities, but also for their activities as wholesalers or distributors. As far as their activities are concerned, when it comes to refining, they get free allowances from the government of Quebec covering 95% of emissions, which is a proportion that's set to gradually decrease. And I, as a professor, I worked on public finance, and I became a bit of an expert in this cap and trade system. And hopefully this will, when people talk about Quebec's system, they'll be more realistic and accurate in the future. So to purchase emission rights, the cost of distributing fuel is reflected in the price at the pump. And although it's not directly levied through the price of gas paid by the driver at the pump, the levies are borne. So consumers pay a small part, and everybody's waiting for this, what I'm getting to. How much does the consumer pay per liter of gasoline? It has increased since 2015. The price at the pump has increased from approximately 4 cents in 2015 to almost 9 cents in 2023. There you go. So we know what the impact of this cap and trade system is in Quebec when it comes to the price at the pump, from 4 cents up to 9 cents. But it is important to note that a portion of the taxes levied are devoted to maintaining and developing the road network. In the context of fighting climate change, fuel taxes can also be seen as a disincentive or a deterrent to buying gas. After detailing the taxes applicable to gasoline, the authors noted that in Quebec they have a limited effect on recent jumps in pump prices. So I'll repeat this. There's other taxes other than those resulting from cap and trade. So when you take all taxes lumped together, GST, PST, and the cap and trade system and so on, when it's all considered together, the finding was that these surcharges and taxes have only a limited effect on recent spikes in prices at the pump, and that in constant dollars, the amount has remained relatively stable over the past 10 years, and they remain relatively low in comparison to elsewhere in the world. So Quebec's carbon tax, if you want to call it that, is an example of effective taxation. And this has been around for years. People aren't complaining about it. Quebec has taken responsibility in the fight against climate change. And I'll give a small but important example to show just how effective these measures are. By 2015, Quebec had reduced its emissions by almost 9% over 1990 levels. So it's working. Government has to be able to do things to combat climate change, and Quebec has done just that. And another example of how Quebec is standing out in this, Quebec with its cap and trade system, we linked our system in 2014 with California's. We had to go south of the border to find another partner because in Canada, no province was interested in getting on board with Quebec, but it was such an important matter that we joined up with California. It's 8 years ago, and Ontario eventually joined the system, and then they jumped ship after a few years. And when I say that was a good decision, I'm being sarcastic, Madam Speaker. So we were ahead of our time in Quebec, but that's not the first time, and it certainly won't be the last, Madam Speaker. So let's rectify the situation. Climate change costs more than the measures taken to combat it. And I have a lot of examples of that, Madam Speaker, because a number of years ago, I worked as on a report that the government of Quebec had commissioned to establish the cost of climate change in Quebec over the years to follow. I believe this was in 2015. It was a very interesting report. We identified 6 aspects where costs would be significant. In infrastructure, there was permafrost. When the global temperature causes the permafrost to melt or thaw, that releases greenhouse gases. And that happens not just in Quebec, but also in the rest of Canada as well. Then there's erosion with rising tides and global warming. There's more erosion. There can be landslides and shorelines eroding and so on. And then another one was flooding. With climate change, there's not just more flooding, there's heavier flooding. So the frequency and the extent or the severity of flooding will increase. And we know that. There's a huge cost to climate change. Another cost, which we didn't study back then, but which would be another obvious one, is forest fires. The impact of climate change on forest fires and wildfires. Obviously, that's huge. And we know that in Quebec, we paid a price for that this summer. And it was catastrophic, Madam Speaker. I'm thinking of all the forestry workers who we're trying to support. I'm thinking of people in Abitibi and Témiscamingue and northern Quebec who suffered heavily from those forest fires, which were caused by climate change. And then there's the health impacts. Let's talk about the impact on heat waves, the impact of heat waves on human health. A number of seniors' residences still don't have air conditioning, and human lives are lost because of that. There's a cost, unfortunately, to the loss of those human lives, Madam Speaker. Human life has a value attached to it, and that value can be determined. And then there's also pollen. People think a little bit less about pollen when they're thinking about the impact of climate change, but climate change is exacerbating people's allergies and their reactions to pollen. Fortunately, I'm not one of those who suffer from pollen, but there are people who are very allergic to pollen, and some of them are unable to go to work or they're less productive, and that has a cost to the economy. And finally, there are illnesses that come to us through livestock and animals and so on. So there's the Nile virus, which is transmitted by mosquitoes. And we know with climate change, mosquitoes are reaching further and further north. And so that will affect more and more people. So we're talking about animal-borne disease. And then there are ticks and the Lyme disease and so on. Anyone who gets Lyme disease knows that that affects their productivity. There's a lot of land in Quebec, and once you catch Lyme disease, if you don't react quickly, there can be very serious impacts later on down the road. And so you need to catch that infection quickly. But since Quebecers are not used to being on the alert, they don't necessarily know that when you get bitten by a tick, you need to get medical attention quickly in order to get that diagnosed. So again, there's an economic cost to these animal-borne diseases. So 9 cents a litre versus all the costs I just talked about, which easily go up into the billions. So, Madam Speaker, I think in Quebec we know what we're doing, and we're doing things right in Quebec. So you can say whether you want to keep working with the government. For now, we are. as they develop their green strategy. But perhaps people should be watching what we're doing in Quebec more closely, because we're doing pretty well as it is. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Brampton North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I welcome the member's speech. She's passionate on the environment. I know that this government is also committed to the environment in response to the report. Of course, they are, laying roadmaps ahead of them as to how governments, departments can all reach the targets and what we're looking for. The member mentioned some of the aspects where the government hasn't necessarily reached the goals that are needed, but there were many areas that the government has made many improvements in. And so I wanted to ask the member as to whether she felt that there were areas in construction and procurement that the government is doing where we are doing a good job on reducing our GHG emissions.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. And yes, I know there are things the government is doing, but I'd also remind her that when you started here and you need to get there, but you're only this far along the road, it's hard to really want to pat you on the back for all the progress you've made. I think you still need to be looking at what remains to be done. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As my colleague put it so well, we're talking about a report here. It's a bit of an older report, but it has to do with greenhouse gas emissions and the environment. And one thing that's interesting is that there was a report, a dissenting report, which made from the Conservatives, that made a recommendation that the SDTC give a full report of the cost of reaching net zero by 2015. So isn't that a bit in keeping with the Conservatives' ideological bent? Aren't they basically trying to make it clear that it's very costly to protect the environment? And while I'm at it, I'd like to congratulate my colleague on her excellent speech. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for that question. Yes, indeed. What we see from the Conservatives is often they're not helping the country they're a part of to move forward in their fight against climate change. They obstruct, they stand in the way, and that doesn't help anyone, not even their own constituents, in the fight against climate change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, I spent some time with the member in our Committee of Public Accounts, and I quite enjoy our time there. And I find ourselves often agreeing, in particular on this kind of work when it comes to environmental work. And I myself, when I received the reports from the Environmental Commissioner, I'm quite shocked to see that this government in particular, that touts to being one of the most environmentally friendly there has ever been, we see these damning reports. So how would the member rate the government on environmental issues, given the auditor's responses?
Honorable Député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Yeah, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. We had the pleasure of sitting together on the Public Accounts Committee, and the vast majority of us agreed on that. I won't give anyone a mark, but I would just say that it's not a pass. Because the government's not reaching its own goals, so they can't pass the exam. I'd have to say that it's well below 60%, but I won't set a specific number on it. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague on her speech that was so clear and enlightening on the impact of climate change. The social cost of not addressing climate change. The Conservatives don't like to talk about this, but there is a social cost, and the IMF even put a figure on it. According to the IMF, they're not Greenpeace, they're not left-wing, they're not Greens, but they put a price tag, and they said $38 billion last year, and U.S., that is, and they talk about the impact of greenhouse gas emissions on health because of air pollution, early death, smog, and so on. $50 billion in 2022 for an industry that made $200 billion in profits that same year. It's incredible. $50 billion in impact in terms of the social costs. So I think my colleague did a great job of explaining where that $50 billion came from. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you to my colleague for reminding us of that figure because it's important. It shows that the government is acting with one hand without knowing what the other hand is doing. So we have a minister who's super excited about their strategies and their policies and their friends from Equiterre. But on the other hand, there's this $50 billion being sent to a very heavy polluter, an industry that is a dirty industry and is racking up huge profits. So it's a real problem to see the amounts. And there's hypocrisy within the government here because they don't seem to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. It's a disaster. And if the cost of inaction, Madam Speaker, on climate change is huge. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm sure the member can appreciate the fact that today we're having this particular concurrence motion being discussed, and the Conservative Party now on many occasions has brought in concurrence reports, which has really prevented government legislation from being passed. Today, for example, we were supposed to be dealing with Bill S9, and I believe the Bloc is actually supporting it, as all political parties in the House are supporting it. And I'm just wondering if she can just provide her thoughts in regards to that, much like you wouldn't want opposition days constantly interrupted by concurrence reports, it does have a negative impact on legislation being ultimately passed. Would she not agree?
Le député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question, and I pretty much agree with him. These repeated attempts to change the agenda and these attempts for last-minute attempts to raise an issue that a committee dealt with over a year ago, I think people watching, people who follow politics, they can see through this. They know it's basically an attempt to hold up the work of Parliament. It's a strategy, and I think it's unfortunate, especially for a party that hopes to form government one day, for them to be hindering the work of an institution that's supposed to represent everyone. I think it's a pity. It's a real shame. Even though it gave me the opportunity to give a lecture on the environment, I think it's really a shame. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague's speech was really interesting, and it shed light on a topic which is controversial both here in the chamber and among the public. But it's fundamental to point out that there are two sides to every coin, and it's nice to see another side of the coin, and it's interesting to listen to the interpretation when a member is giving a speech to try to impart information. So I'm just wondering why some people aren't listening to the interpretation when that speech is made, because they're missing out on the other side of the coin because of that. Yes, indeed, Madam Speaker, as the former leader of the Bloc Québécois pointed out, unfortunately, Canada has two official languages, French and simultaneous interpretation. And it's unfortunate because the people that I was actually trying to reach through my speech, some of them were not listening, and if they were listening, they probably didn't understand. And that's a shame because they had an opportunity to learn more about the environment and the economy than about their carbon tax. And they might have learned that it's not just something that the carbon tax doesn't affect Quebec, and even if it did, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Resuming debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this.
Sorry. Sorry, just to remind the honourable member that the honourable member has about 10 minutes for his speech.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this debate, this concurrence motion on the audit in the Public Accounts Committee report tabled by our Auditor General in relation to the greening government strategy. The greening government strategy is something that we spent, unfortunately, in committee not all that much time on, and I'm quite surprised today that we're seeing the Conservatives move to speak an awful lot about it, and I think it's indicative to their actions in this place. But nonetheless, I'm happy to rise to speak to our findings here, because I think it's always a good opportunity for New Democrats, particularly when Conservatives want to speak about the government's record on climate change, to speak about our country's record on climate change. And I think it's important that we take those lessons of our past to hopefully plot a better future moving forward. Today is no exception to that, and I'll be speaking about that a little bit in my speech today. In the report, I'll speak directly to that just a moment, just so I can highlight for Canadians that in this report, which dealt largely with a strategy by the Treasury Board of Canada, the Treasury Board Secretariat, to develop a greening government strategy. And part of that strategy was to look at ways that the government could be better procuring, for example, items that could reduce its greenhouse emissions, but to also look at other ways that the government, through its systems, could reduce its emissions. In that, the Environmental Commissioner found two really troubling things. One was that the report itself, the plan that was auditing the greening government strategy itself, lacked sufficient detail to suggest to the commissioner that there would be sufficiency. Part of the lack of detail included, most particularly, and probably the biggest glaring concern that I had as a member in the committee to this report, was the fact that it lacked the strategy or an approach to deal with key risks, to actually making sure that the strategy was going to achieve its ultimate goal, which was to see that the government could be 2050 or a net zero by 2050, its operations. And so I'm concerned for two reasons. One, I'm concerned because if there's not enough detail to ensure that you can get to a net zero strategy by 2050, in addition to not understanding the risks of achieving it while simultaneously investing in these things, I think it's important for Canadians to understand that they need to have transparency, further transparency. And I think that's what the Auditor General's Office, by way of the Environmental Commissioner, is calling for here. It's important to note that the recommendations that were outlined by the Environmental Commissioner's report spoke specifically in some ways, spoke specifically to two departments, National Defence and Transport Canada. And understandably, these being very large ministries that procure a lot of things, it's also understandable that in our fight to climate change, we have to understand that cars and carbon-emitting fuels that are high in intensity, like gasoline, for example, that are still available in our markets across Canada today, are still high polluting. And that's no different than government-procured fleets. That's a whole bunch of variety of objects and vehicles. We heard from some of those officials in our committee testimony about some of the plan to try to find ways to reduce by way of procurement emissions. And so I think knowing that those are our two largest ministries, it's going to be really important to actually deal with the greening government strategy in a really appropriate way, to actually see tangible outcomes, maybe even by way of providing detail to how many vehicles will be replaced by X amount of time that will be less carbon emitting or electric. That's a tangible recommendation that I think could be including in the greening government strategy that right now lacks that level of detail, according to the Environmental Commissioner. And so it begs the question of how seriously the government in its totality is actually taking its fight to the climate crisis. We've seen, for example, the really troubling debate over the last few days and weeks related to the Liberals' decision to create a quote-unquote carve-out for Atlantic Canada in relation to the carbon tax. And New Democrats supported Conservatives in that not because we disagree with climate change, which is the reason Conservatives did it, but it's because we understand that when it comes to our principles to taxation in this country, we must apply those things equally. And we've seen an unequal application of that, The provinces were very loud and clear on that. And we heard those things. We made the reasonable decision to ensure that we could help at a time when the cost of living is so bad. Which is why New Democrats fought to really put forward a motion today that we thought was really reasonable. We thought was a good invitation to Liberals and to the Conservatives to see that we can actually make life more affordable for Canadians while also tackling climate change. And I thought it was a very reasonable plan because, one, it would actually have the result of lowering emissions, making sure that programs like a free heat pump program is easily accessible and easily affordable and, free, easily accessible, that we'd actually find homes reducing their emissions. Conservatives always comment on, oh, that's a bad solution because it's going to get too cold in Canada. And at the same time, they say that the solution to the climate crisis is technology. So those two things can't necessarily be true if the fact that heat pumps are in fact a leading technology in this country and one that is improving both in quality, affordability, and its efficiency in terms of dealing with Canadian climate. These are true facts of these kinds of technologies that are important for Canadians to partake in and important for us to continue to invest in because it reduces our emissions while also reducing Canadians' reliance on expensive, high carbon emitting fuels. It's a good thing for Canadians. So we wanted to ensure that we can pay for that kind of program, in addition to ensuring that we remove GST off of all home heating, including electric heating, that is, which would save all Canadians everywhere, put money right in their pocket. And the last point of that motion was to ensure that we can actually pay for these things. And it's important that in a climate crisis context that we take into consideration, most particularly the culprits of the crisis. And that's those who've profited off of those industries that are high carbon emitting, high intensity. They've gotten away for the majority part without having to pay their fair share in relation to the direct impact it's had on our environment, on our lands, on our planet. And it's now time that they play an incredible role and an important role in actually financing in part their profits towards ensuring that we can see the outcomes we want to see across our country and meet our goals, both domestic and abroad, to ensure that we reduce our carbon emissions. It's the responsible thing to do, Madam Speaker. But what we've seen today was the unfortunate defeat. We've seen the Liberals and Conservatives join together to defeat our motion, which it's unfortunate, but not all that surprising. They're both parties that we've seen continuously dole out billions of dollars to oil and gas without ever having the courage to attempt to roll some of the profits back in order to help Canadians. We've seen other governments, for example, do this. In the United Kingdom, we've seen Conservatives bring in a windfall tax on oil and gas there. And those were, a Conservative government is in place there. And I was happy to see that they've seen the good reason and logic behind understanding that when oil, which is a commodity, is the highest prices it's been in a long time, then it's important to understand that it's not by chance that those oil companies done that. It's because the market largely is doing that due to its fluctuating nature, and to ensure that parts of that windfall could be absorbed by the government in order to, one, stabilize prices, yes, but also to ensure that the government could finance its programs and services. Our plan looked at using the finances from a windfall tax like that, but here in Canada, to directly finance the solutions that would directly result in lower emissions, like getting free heat pumps across Canada, a leading technology in both its efficiency and its affordability. So, Madam Speaker, this report is evident clearly on the government's lack of courage, but also its lack of attention to detail in actually attempting to do the things it says. And I don't discredit Canadians for that. To be critical of a government is okay, and to call them out for important and very obviously credible things that this report highlights, which is lack of detail to a report and to a strategy dealing with the greening of the government, in addition to not understanding the risks of not achieving that plan. When dealing with the climate crisis, we have to know those things full well. And if we don't, we should be continuing to endeavor to do those things. And so I think, Madam Speaker, it's incumbent upon us to take this report and the tablings and the recommendations found in it to be our canary in the coal mine, to suggest that our government isn't taking seriously climate change, and it's time and it's important now to remedy those things by real solutions, lower our emissions, while also tackling the the affordability crisis Canadians are facing right now. We can do that. If we work together, I'm certain, Madam Speaker, like the opportunity that was present earlier today, if we had worked together then, we could have made life different for so many Canadians for the better. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings on the motion at this time. Par conséquent, le débat sur la motion est reporté à une séance.
Debate on the motion is referred to a later sitting. It being 6:09 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business, as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-316, Court Challenges Program Act, standing in the name of Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington has 4 minutes left in his speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise to debate Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage Act Court Challenges Program. Now, Madam Speaker, you'll recall that I actually began this speech on Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023. So I'm sure you, like all members, have been patiently waiting these last 6 months to hear the conclusion of my comments on this bill. Now, when I last spoke, I spoke about the great Conservative legacy when it comes to human rights, particularly that of the late, great John George Diefenbaker, who himself was a one-man court challenges program. Indeed, it was John Diefenbaker who said at the beginning of the debate on the Canadian Bill of Rights in 1960, quote, "Here for the first time, this bulwark of freedom will be embodied in a declaration by Parliament that is in existence and cannot be violated. Furthermore, if any of these several acts should be violated under legislation now existing in the courts in interpreting the particular laws or statutes which have been passed will hereafter be required to interpret those statutes of today in the light of the fact that wherever there is a violation of any of these declarations or freedoms, that statute in question is to that extent non-operative and will never intended to be so operative." Now, Madam Speaker, to the bill at hand. This bill has been mentioned, would require that the minister's power, would include that of the court challenges program. Now, in fact, Madam Speaker, this is already within the powers of the minister, and this program has been in existence since 1978 in different forms and fashions. And furthermore, the provisions for how the minister can fund the court challenges program already exists in the same existing statute at section 7.1. And it further talks about requiring for a report. But as members will know, reports are already presented by the Minister of Canadian Heritage, Minister of Official Languages, Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion, Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth, and the Minister of Sport already provides such annual reports through the Departmental Results Report, Departmental Plans, and the Departmental Evaluation Plan. Now, Madam Speaker, I've got to say that we must look at the record of this Liberal government when it comes to the rights of Canadians, especially, let's start with language rights. We will recall that it was this Liberal government, I was on the Official Languages Committee at the time, when this Liberal government tried to appoint Madeleine Meilleur as an Officer of Parliament as the Official Languages Commissioner, a Liberal donor who donated the Prime Minister's campaign, a former Liberal cabinet minister, and they tried to make her the Official Languages Commissioner. Now, Madam Speaker, I was also on the Canadian Heritage Committee at a time that it was revealed that the department gave $133,000 to a well-known anti-Semite with a long history of directing hate towards Jewish people, and they did this through an anti-racism action program. Et Madame la Présidente, récemment nous...
And Madam Speaker, recently, we learned that Radio-Canada used a pre-recorded recording to avoid the Quebec accent.
Proud of the language of Quebec. So we're proud of the accent that we hear of our Quebec colleagues across the country. We should be protecting that indeed. So, Madam Speaker, as I wrap up my 4 minutes of my speech, I wish to say how proud I am as a Conservative to stand on the human rights records that all Conservatives have stood on from the time of John Diefenbaker to the present day, and I'm very proud of that legacy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for having raised something very important towards the end of his speech. This unacceptable dubbing that was used because apparently people don't like our Quebec accent, but the Quebec accent is what makes us who we are. Based on 400 years of contact with this country of snow, ice, forests, freezing weather, heat waves, our contact with the Indigenous peoples who were here before, contact with the English who once beat us in the 18th century, and all the people who have arrived and made our language more remarkable and has made it such a wealth of Quebec. This is all part of the wealth of our culture, which is exported everywhere in the world. Look at what we see. Denis Villeneuve appears at the Oscars almost every year, and he's not from Ontario, he's from Quebec. Xavier Dolan shows up at Cannes almost every year, and he's not from BC, he's from Quebec. In terms of of Canadian culture, we see outside of Canada, 90% of it is Quebec culture. Robert Lepage puts on shows everywhere around the world, in Brussels, Paris, Tokyo, everywhere. And he's not from Manitoba, he's from Quebec, Madam Speaker. The Cirque du Soleil was not created in Ontario, it's from Quebec. If Canada is known abroad, it's all thanks to Quebec and Quebec culture. People should be going down to their knees to thank us. It's all thanks to us that Canada's culture is known around the world. And it's all thanks to the relationship that we've had as a people, because we know that we are a humble people in all areas, the economy, culture. We've developed a sense that we were a humble people and that we have grit and we want to fight. We fight, we're fighters. And thanks to this grit and energy, and I don't want to shock you, but let me just say that when Quebec becomes independent, we will win Oscars in LA in our own name, or the Palme d'Or at Cannes. And when we get Goncourt prizes, it won't have Canada written on it. We'll be sure to wave when we're at Hollywood or in Cannes or on the great world stages. We'll wave to the people from Canada, but we'll say no, it's Quebec that won this Oscar. All right, well, that was my first pitch, but it's my colleague who got me started on this. I hadn't intended to speak about this. Of course, as you all know, I never talk about Quebec, our language, and our culture. Of course, I have zero interest in that topic. But my colleague from the Conservative Party got me started on the topic. I wanted to touch on it a little bit. But now, let's move to C316, about the Court Challenges program. And this is actually connected to the matter of language. It has to do with protecting our language and culture. When did this program start? And that's important. It was started in 1978. And what happened in 1978? Or rather, 1976? What happened? Well, the Parti Québécois under René Lévesque was elected. René Lévesque, another remarkable figure in Quebec history. And in 1977, one of the Lévesque government's first pieces of legislation of all the legislation passed in Quebec or even in Canada, I'd say this is one of the most important pieces of legislation. It really changed the course of history, and that's not something you can say about every old piece of legislation, but we did it in 1977. And Camille Laurent, the father of Bill 101, was a psychiatrist. And he knew that we had to do something major to define ourselves. And that's what we did with Bill 101, which said, essentially, that from now on, there's only one official language in Quebec, French. We have only one national language, which is French. From now on, in the courts, in schools, in stores, in restaurants, on public signage, everything will be in French, in our language. We will stop being afraid of who we are. Things will change. We are going to take a massive step. Let's recall that before, 90% of immigrants who came to Quebec went to English schools. Kids would go to primary and secondary, CEGEP, university, all in English, and then they would work in English. Everything was done in English. So Quebec's own school system was anglicizing Quebec. We were self-anglicizing, and we paid the price. And as my colleague says, we are still paying a price. We need to ensure the survival of French, and that's what we did in Bill 101. We established that the people who arrive from all over the world, we need them to arrive. We need them to enrich our culture. We need to ensure that all of that will take place around a common cornerstone, the French language. That's what was established in Bill 101. And it changed everything, our relationship with ourselves, our relationship to history. And that was established in 1977 by the René Lévesque government. And then in 1978, the Court Challenges program was launched to enable Quebec Anglophones to challenge this major and fundamental legislation with federal money. With federal money, with our own tax dollars. Anglophone Quebec groups would be empowered to challenge this fundamental piece of legislation. And that happened, especially with the charter starting in '82, especially for signage. Because Bill 101 clearly stated that in future, commercial signage in Quebec should be entirely in French. There were many attacks on this. And most of these challenges use this Court Challenges program. Now today, even at the time, there was no accountability with this program. Behind closed doors, Cabinet could decide something. Money could be sent to these groups in Quebec without telling anyone, without saying how much money it is, or what cause it would be used for. And this is our money. This was considered discretionary funding, which was sent to Anglophone groups in Quebec to go directly up against one of the most important pieces of legislation that Quebec has ever seen. What gall! And yet that's what we're seeing with the Court Challenges program. And now, the government wants to enshrine it further. Now, we know that this program is also important for Francophones outside Quebec. But if we really want to have two official languages in this country, we need Francophones from BC, Saskatchewan, or Newfoundland have rights. Something similar to the rights of Anglophones in Quebec, which of course is something that they can barely imagine in their wildest dreams. I'm out of time. Well, let me just say that we will probably support this bill, but we want to send it to committee because we have serious doubts about it. My colleague for La Pointe de Lille will be there at committee to fight to improve this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to support Bill C-316 at second reading. This is a bill that would amend the Heritage Act to require the Minister of Heritage to maintain the Court Challenges program. In other words, it simply takes an existing program and entrenches it in legislation. Why do we have to have something to entrench an existing program in legislation? Because the Conservatives twice before have eliminated the Court Challenges program. And so the fear is that a future government, I don't necessarily believe there'll be a future Conservative government, but a future government would be able, in the absence of this legislation, simply to eliminate this program without coming back to Parliament. So I think this is an important change. Now, as always, the Liberals have done the minimum here. There are some other things we could have done to support the Court Challenges program. As a Parliament, we could expand its mandate, because right now it's severely limited. It's only minority language rights and equality rights under Section 15. And there have been many calls from the legal community to expand the mandate of this program so it could apply to other cases where, frankly, the government hasn't taken leadership in protecting rights, but where people lack the resources to bring these cases themselves. Court challenges can take years. They can cost hundreds, literally hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so what this program does is it levels the legal playing field for those who want to defend their rights against the government or against abuse by others in Canadian society. This program has been in existence off and on for 30 years, but it's played a very important role in helping defend women's rights, Indigenous rights, and the rights of other marginalized Canadians. So it's important that we make sure that this program endures. It was created in 1978 on the issue of minority language rights. And when the Charter was adopted, it was expanded just a tiny bit to add equality rights. But it was cancelled by the Conservatives in 1992, before being brought back by the Liberals in 1994, only to be cut again by the Conservatives in 2006. And then we had a big gap. And in 2015, both the Liberals and the Democrats campaigned to restore the program. The Justice Committee in 2017 recommended that this be entrenched in law, but also that the mandate be expanded. That part's missing from this bill. But in 2018, the program was restarted. And let me just give you some examples of kinds of things that this bill has done. The bill financed the case which resulted in ending discrimination related to access to what we used to call maternity benefits under what was then the UI Act. It established what's now known as the Rape Shield Law, which prevents the accused from using the sexual history of a sexual assault complainant as a defense. It funded the case which which restricts access to victims' personal records, like counseling records, in sexual assault cases. So this ruling would not have happened because women who were the victims of sexual assault don't have the resources to bring this kind of case and to fight this through court. So the Women's Legal Education and Action Fund, LEAF, applied to the program and received funding, which resulted in this very important decision. And one more example, sex-based discrimination under the EI Act for part-time employees who are women was ended as a result of case, again, brought by LEAF with funding from the Court Challenges program. So what we have is a very strong history of defense of women's rights. A couple more cases I could give you. My notes are a little disorganized today, but a favorite of mine as a gay man is Egan versus Canada in 1995, where two gay men who had been in an intimate relationship for 30 years were denied old age security benefits because they didn't fit the definition of spouse. And so again, there was a case this time by the Toronto Metropolitan Community Church taken to court to say this was unfair because they had been a couple and Egan had paid in for these benefits to old age security, Canada pension, things like that. So this established equal spousal rights in the time before equal marriage. And one last case, Daniels versus Canada in 2016, which established that the status of Métis and non-status Indians under the Indian Act were protected. And this was brought by the Congress of Aboriginal Peoples, who again did not have great resources to spend literally hundreds of thousands of dollars on lawyers. So what's really clear is that there's broad support in the legal community for this program,
including and especially the advocacy of the Canadian Bar Association. Now, there are certain criticisms I mentioned about the mandate not being broad enough. Cindy Blackstock and certain disability advocates have demonstrated, I think, why we need to expand that mandate so cases of people with disabilities and for Aboriginal women can more easily get into court. And I'm going to take a minute to talk about recent events which I think point to upcoming challenges to the rights of the 2S LGBTQI plus community, and in particular to transgender and gender diverse Canadians, who are among the most marginalized Canadians and those with the fewest resources. So hate crimes against what I like to call the queer community and reclaiming language are up. They're up shockingly high. The official figures of those reported to police show a 64% increase in 1 year in hate crimes directed against the community. Police hate crimes data don't actually separate out crimes against trans folks, but when you do a sampling that has been done by academics, we find that, first of all, hate crimes against the queer community and particularly the trans community are more likely to be violent. And in the case of gender diverse people, 80% of the hate crimes involve violence. So this is where government policies, particularly of certain provincial governments, are fueling the hate, which has direct results of violence in the community. And I want to talk about the anti-trans school policies in Saskatchewan and New Brunswick for just a minute, because I think trans and gender diverse community are going to want to make sure there's a court challenge to these policies. And without a program like the Court Challenges program, this would not happen. So in August, Saskatchewan announced policy changes requiring parental consent for trans students under the age of 16 to be called by their chosen name and pronoun in school. Now, we don't ask if William can be Billy, the parents have to consult, but somehow, when it comes to trans kids and their identity, we're creating in Saskatchewan a special bar to using names and pronouns that reinforce the student's identity. The policy was quickly challenged by the University of Regina's Pride Centre, and after a hearing, there was an injunction granted that paused the implementation of the policy. But the same day, Premier Scott Moe announced he would invoke the notwithstanding clause and called an emergency session, get this, an emergency session of the Saskatchewan legislature, and enacted Bill 137, which amends the Education Act and includes the notwithstanding clause. So here's a government using what was really the nuclear option in law to take away rights from kids. And it's falling in that category of, I would call, the spillover of American rhetoric into Canadian politics, and talks about parental rights. Instead of in Canadian law, we have parental responsibilities and children's rights. And parents have a responsibility to nurture their kids and to affirm their kids. And we know that peers in schools who use their chosen name and pronouns experienced 71% fewer signs of severe depression, a 34% decrease in reported thoughts of suicide, and a 65% decrease in suicide attempts. So here we have a policy that causes great harm, and the government could do more to provide leadership in fighting this rising tide of hate, in particular by implementing the 29 recommendations in the White Paper on Trans Rights tabled last June, and in fact an e-petition 4666 went up today asking them to do just that. So in conclusion, Madam Speaker, New Democrats support Bill C-316, even though we would like to see more from the government to support the Court Challenges program. It's still important to entrench this program in law in order to make it harder for any future government to eliminate the program. As I said, the Court Challenges program could use an expanded mandate to be able to fund cases beyond minority language rights in Section 15. And the program could use increased funding to ensure that it can fulfill its purpose in leveling the playing field on rights in the courts, so that not just those who are already rich and privileged can defend their rights and seek fairness in the courts. But even in the absence of these further improvements, we hope to see expeditious passage of this bill through all its remaining stages. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et comments. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm resuming debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Immigration, Citizenship, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Colleagues, I rise today on a matter of great importance, touching on the fundamental rights and freedom of all people in Canada. I speak of the Court Challenges Program and the legislation before us, Bill C-316, an act to amend the Department of Canadian Heritage Act. Since its creation in 1978, the Court Challenges Program has come to be seen as a unique feature of our constitutional democracy, helping people in Canada to bring forward legal cases when they believe their most cherished rights have been infringed upon. Regardless of their means, it enables individuals and organizations to challenge laws and policies that run counter to Canada's fundamental rights and freedoms. It is a true testament to our country's unwavering commitment to justice, equality, and social inclusion. The modernized Court Challenges Program, reinstated in 2017, has been instrumental in ensuring unfettered access to justice and equality for every Canadian. Over the years, it has funded hundreds of challenges of national interest, adapting to the evolving needs of our society by helping to articulate a broader range of civil and social rights. This progression is crucial as our society continues to evolve and embrace a more diverse and inclusive perspective. In sustaining and protecting this program further through Bill C-316, we will be solidifying its proven effectiveness in safeguarding rights and promoting equality before the law. This legislative initiative aims to complement the important reforms enacted by the Modernization of Official Languages Act through Bill C-13, which received royal assent on June 20th, 2023. Bill C-13 acknowledges the important role of Court Challenges Program by incorporating its official language rights component into the Official Languages Act and its human rights component into the Department of Canadian Heritage Act, thereby underscoring the government's unwavering commitment to this iconic program. The Court Challenges Program plays an indispensable role in supporting official language minority communities in all regions of the country by challenging laws and policies that could erode their linguistic rights. It helps preserve the vitality of these communities while ensuring that linguistic duality and diversity remain a proud part of Canada's social and cultural fabric. Furthermore, this program consistently been at the forefront of protecting the human rights of all people in Canada. It has empowered vulnerable and marginalized communities, helped defend minority rights, and has consistently helped advance the principle of justice and equity. One such example is a funding granted by the Court Challenges Program in 2019 and 2020 for an intervention in a class action lawsuit on the issues of forced sterilization of Indigenous women. This intervention seeks to ensure health equity for Indigenous women and to address systemic discrimination against Indigenous people while providing a national perspective on behalf of affected Indigenous women and girls. Thanks to the program's funding, the issues of gender equity, rights recognition, and reconciliation will be deliberated in court through a more inclusive approach to participation in the process, in the proceedings. The program's annual report reads like a catalog of the defining social and civil rights issues of our times. Its essential role in helping to advance our democratic principle and ensures that our rights framework reflects the evolution of Canadian society has been amply demonstrated through the deliberate and purposeful act of enshrining this program in law by means of Bill C-316. As a strong complement to what has been achieved in Bill C-13, we are affirming our commitment to its long-term viability